Okay. Welcome back. We're now ready to turn to our second and final panel for today, which is on the circumstances that led to the decision to vent and burn 5 vinyl chloride tank cars. Ms. Shaw, will you please begin the introductions and swear in the witnesses?
Chair Hamidi, the second panel will address the timeline of events, vinyl chloride monomer, communications and coordination between agencies, and vent and burn decisions. Witnesses for panel 2 are composed of the following individuals: Robert Wood, Norfolk Southern; Keith Drabick, East Palestine Fire Department; Drew McCarty, Specialized Professional Services, Inc.; Charles Day, Specialized Response Solutions; Paul Thomas, Oxyvinyls; Dr. William Carroll, Department of Chemistry, Indiana University; Steve Smith, Oxyvinyls; David Padfield, Pennsylvania Emergency Management Agency; and Major General John Harris, Jr., Ohio National Guard. The NTSB Tech panel is composed of Paul Stansel, the panel chair; Ruben Payan, investigator in charge for the East Palestine investigation; Mark Doherty; and Sean Lynham. I would now ask that the witnesses please stand to be sworn in. Please raise your right hand and answer by saying, "I do." Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Please be seated. A reminder to the witnesses that you will remain under oath until the conclusion of the hearing. Chair Hamidi, these witnesses have been pre-qualified and their respective experience and qualifications appear in the docket as exhibits in Group A. As a reminder to the witnesses, please push the microphone button to talk and then push it again when finished. Also, please answer the questions factually and avoid analysis. I now turn the questioning over to Mr. Stansel.
Thank you, Ms. Shaw. Good afternoon, witnesses, Chair Hamidi, members of the Board of Inquiry. My name is Paul Stansel. I'm the technical lead for Panel 2. Before we get into questioning, I understand that Dr. Carroll, Mr. Thomas, and Mr. Wood have a preliminary statement that they would like to make. Dr. Carroll, would you begin, please?
Thank you. And I wanted to take this opportunity to extend my personal condolences to residents for your anguish and disruption, and thanks to the first responders for your heroism in this particular event. My name is William Carroll. I'm an adjunct professor of chemistry at Indiana University, and I also have a small industrial chemistry consulting business, Carroll Applied Science, LLC. I retired from Occidental Chemical Corporation after a career of 36 years and consult with them from time to time. However, I do not represent the company at this time, and today I'm representing only myself. The analysis and opinions you hear are my own. My area of expertise in this context is the chemistry and polymerization chemistry of vinyl chloride. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Carroll. Mr. Thomas, please.
Madam Chairperson, members of the NTSB Board, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Paul Thomas, and I'm the Vice President of Health, Environment, Safety, and Security for Oxyvinyls. With me today is Steve Smith. He's a technical manager at our manufacturing facility in LaPorte, Texas. I first want to acknowledge the East Palestine community and those who participated in the response effort following the derailment of Norfolk Southern Train 32N in February of this year. We recognize the impact the derailment has had on your community, and we'd like to thank Chief Drabick and all of the first responders for their service. We look forward to addressing questions from the panel to the best of our ability. As a shipper that relies on railroads to safely transport our products, Oxyvinyls shares the agency's goal of investigating transportation incidents and taking steps to prevent a recurrence. In my opening comments, I would like to provide context regarding our involvement in the incident and summarize the technical support we provided to those handling the response. We were one of multiple shippers that had rail cars on train 32N. Specifically, 5 cars with our stabilized vinyl chloride monomer, or VCM, were on the train. The rail cars carrying Oxyvinyls product did not initiate the derailment. Another car has been preliminarily identified as initiating the derailment when it suffered a wheel bearing failure. The cars carrying our product derailed because of that failure. 5 other companies had a combined total of 6 tank cars involved in the derailment that contained hazardous materials. Many of these rail cars breached upon derailing, which released their contents into the environment and fueled the initial fires at the derailment scene. The 5 tank cars carrying Oxyvinyl's product derailed without breaching. The pressure relief devices on all 5 cars operated as intended, preventing damage to the tanks by relieving the elevated pressures that were caused by the surrounding fires. On Saturday morning, February 4th, Oxyvinyls was notified of the train derailment that involved tank cars carrying our VCM product. Following the notification, Oxyvinyls activated its Special Situations team in Dallas. We sent a technical team to East Palestine, and we communicated with Norfolk Southern and its contractors regarding the properties of stabilized VCM. To my knowledge, no other shippers responded with this level of support. On Saturday evening, February 4th, representatives of Oxyvinyl spoke directly with representatives of Norfolk Southern and its emergency response contractors regarding conditions at the derailment site. We made it clear, based on our expertise of the chemical properties of our product, that stabilized VCM would be unlikely to spontaneously polymerize under the conditions described to us by Norfolk Southern and its contractors. Polymerization of VCM is a very exothermic reaction, which generates significant heat, resulting in increased pressure within its container. If that pressure is not relieved, it can cause a failure of the container. An uncontrolled VCM polymerization reaction would have an obvious temperature rise that would continue through the duration of the exothermic reaction. For this reason, we emphasize with Norfolk Southern and its contractors the importance of monitoring the temperature of the rail cars. And on Sunday morning, February 5th, we further reinforced our view that polymerization was not occurring during a call with Norfolk Southern representatives. As previously mentioned, Oxyvinyls had dispatched a 3-person team to Ohio in order to make certain that we had representatives on the ground who could serve as a resource to Norfolk Southern and those managing the response effort. My colleague on the panel, Steve Smith, led that team, and he arrived in East Palestine on the afternoon of Sunday, February the 5th. On Sunday evening, Steve met with Norfolk Southern's emergency response contractors and, for the 3rd time, stated Oxyvinyl's view that polymerization of VCM was not occurring. In summary, although our rail cars did not initiate the derailment and did not breach in the derailment, we provided technical support to Norfolk Southern and its emergency response contractors. We sent a team to Ohio to support Norfolk Southern's response effort, and we provided information regarding stabilized VCM. We advised that the temperature of the rail cars should be monitored, and we communicated our view that polymerization was not occurring. I want to emphasize that we did not have direct access to real-time information regarding conditions at the derailment site. We were not part of the Unified Incident Command, and we did not participate in or recommend the decision on the vent and burn operation. Thank you for inviting Oxyvinyls to participate in the investigative hearing. Steve and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. And Mr. Wood, would you provide your statement, please?
Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me here today. My name is Robert Wood. I'm the Director of Hazardous Materials with Norfolk Southern. I have 22 years of experience with the rail industry and 11 years of experience working as a hazardous materials with Norfolk Southern. Prior to joining Norfolk Southern as a hazardous materials compliance officer in 2012, I was a hazardous materials emergency response contractor for the company for 12 years. I also served 24 years with the Birmingham Fire and Rescue Service with their hazardous materials team. First, like my colleagues, I want to express my regrets to the residents of East Palestine and the surrounding communities. Norfolk Southern's top priority is the health and safety of our employees, the communities we serve, and first responders who assist us in our time of need. The emergency response to the derailment at East Palestine was no exception. I learned of the derailment a few minutes after it occurred the night of February 3rd and immediately started coordinating response efforts. I reached out to Scott Deutsch, he was my closest regional hazmat manager to the area, and started coordinating with senior managers of the company and those closest to the area to ensure that everyone, including emergency responders, had access to the train consist and to understand that there was hazmat in that train. Early Saturday morning, I got on a plane to East Palestine with several of my colleagues. Over the hours and days following the derailment, we worked closely with first responders from dozens of nearby communities to deal with the unique hazards associated with this incident and to prevent an uncontrolled explosion. We followed available guidance, for example, from the Department of Transportation and the Federal Railroad Administration. We also communicated consistently with other stakeholders on the ground, including the manufacturer of the vinyl chloride in the tank cars of concern, Oxyvinyls, and with Unified Command and the incident commander. Norfolk Southern personnel, like myself and our expert contractors, were assessing a high-risk situation in real time. We drew upon our decades of experience handling hazmat emergency situations and relied upon information available in chemical guidance documents, which note that exposure to numerous conditions and substances, including air, oxidizers, certain metals, and excessive heat, can cause explosive or violent polymerization. Conscious of the need to act both swiftly and thoughtfully, we carefully assessed the situation. Collecting information on site, we observed what we believed to be multiple signs of polymerization in the tank cars carrying vinyl chloride, or PRD failures. Our concern grew quickly because of an uncontrolled explosion of a tank car would be catastrophic. Explosions involving tank cars carrying monomers or liquefied flammable gases have occurred in the past with devastating consequences. And if polymerization was occurring, rapid action would be necessary to prevent an uncontrolled and potentially deadly explosion. Because of factors that rendered other options too dangerous and potentially ineffective, a controlled vent and burn was determined to be the best and safest action by the incident commander, given the circumstances and the information available at the time. The incident commander's decision was supported by all members of Unified Command. Throughout the response, Norfolk Southern professionals and contractors exclusively focused on protecting the health and safety of those involved, including first responders, the surrounding communities, and our own personnel. I share the commitment with all Norfolk Southern personnel to protect the communities we serve and to make rail safer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. Okay, Mr. Doherty, please begin.
Thank you. Our first question is to Chief Drabick. Can you please describe your role as incident commander?
My incident commander, role as incident commander was being part of the Unified Command and the one overall responsible for relaying the consensus decisions made by the Unified Command to everybody else.
So could you tell us what happened from the time that you were told that a vent and burn action was needed, which you told us was February 5th at 5:47 p.m., until the time the ultimate decision was made to approve the action?
We were advised about different steps of mitigation for this from Norfolk and their contractors. They felt that one car in particular holding vinyl chloride may possibly have to be vent and burn due to a malfunctioning PRD and a temperature increase of that car. They were monitoring that car, the temperature of it. That monitoring went on for some time with increases and decreases throughout. Those were reported to us. It got to the point where they felt that that was the only option and expressed that that was the only option left. We held a meeting with all members of the Unified Command and members of political representation from both Pennsylvania and Ohio in the what I call the computer room of the school, the elementary school where our command post was, primarily led by Governor DeWine, where we had the members of Norfolk Southern's hazmat team and their contractors, SPSI and SRI, go through and explain those processes and why there was a need for that vent and burn. It was portrayed to us and expressed to us that the cars were going through polymerization based on the signs that the cars were showing and the material that we had to reference. That process was explained, discussed in that meeting. None of the Unified Command members in that meeting or any of the agencies represented in that meeting stated any objection to that or had any other information leaning towards it was not going through that process. It was discussed a little bit further. The meeting had ended. Shortly thereafter, Governor DeWine and I were taken down to a room to meet with the representatives from the contractors in Norfolk to discuss the vent and burn and the urgency to get it done very soon due to temperature changes, weather changes, time of day changes. We had to make that decision very quickly, and based on no objections or ulterior means of controlling it during that Unified Command meeting where we discussed it, the decision was made to go ahead and allow that process to happen to prevent that catastrophic failure of the rail car.
So who made the ultimate decision to approve the vent and burn?
The final yes was given by me based on the consensus of everybody in the Unified Command that there was no other option. No objections were given to that during that meeting, where no other options were given at that point. So as a consensus of the meeting, it was the final okay was given by me as the incident commander based on the consensus of the Unified Command.
And how much time were you given to make the decision to approve the vent and burn?
When we got taken down to that room, we were told we had 13 minutes to make the decision, and that had to do with convergence with the weather and the transitioning from day to night and the product, and it's believed to be what state it was in and the process it was going through.
Okay. So my next question is for Mr. Wood. Can you describe what level of monitoring and oversight do railroad operators have over the actions of its emergency services contractors?
We relied on our emergency response contractors and their expertise anytime we have a rail emergency. But ultimately, it's NS oversight, and what they do has to meet our approval.
So what were the responsibilities and the roles of your emergency response contractors, SPSI and SRS?
In this case, and in just like any other response that they would do for us, especially involving tank cars, their first priority is life safety, securing the scene. They are brought in for their expertise on the products. Vinyl chloride in this case is a mission chemical of the Chlorine Institute. Chloride contractors, there's only 3 or 4 in the United States, and 2 of them are represented here. And we're part of this response. They do intense damage assessment on tank cars, which is part of a decision tree, how we handle these cars after a derailment or fire.
So how much input did Norfolk Southern have in the decisions made to mitigate the hazards posed by the derailed tank cars?
Again, in consultation with our contractors, there's a decision tree anytime a tank car is involved in a derailment, whether it's loaded or unloaded. We go through whether car can be moved, can the car be re-railed, can the car be offloaded. We rely on our contractors. Their expertise is in those damage assessments and in following that decision matrix. We are going to take their input and advice. It's ultimately in most of those cases, it's going to be their personnel that's going to complete that work. But ultimately, anything that's done on one of our sites has to meet our approval.
Could you describe the process of vent and burn, why and when it is used, and what are the other options you considered in this incident?
Again, in all cases with tank cars, specifically in this case with pressure tank cars carrying a liquefied flammable gas. Your first option is damage assessment. Can that car be moved in any position that it's in? Can the car be re-railed? In this case, re-railing was never going to be an option with this car due to the site. The car really in the state, never were you truly able to do a full damage assessment on them because of their position, the extensive fire damage. So between mechanical damages, fire damages to the car, part of your decision becomes how am I going to get the product out of the car? In this case, extensive fire damage ultimately destroyed the valving on top of the cars. So offloading these cars by normal means was not an option. The next step would be to try to hot tap these cars. Again, when we were, our contractors were trying to do a more extensive damage assessment and assess these cars. Absent pool fires for several hours, one of these cars, PRDs, suddenly went off again and went off for about 70 minutes. Leading to, there was other safety issues associated with these cars that we had to deal with. It was ultimately decided that because of the time it would take and the peril it would put personnel in to try to weld fittings on these cars and manually drill holes to do a hot tap, that was not an alternative. So absolutely, the very last alternative is vent and burn. But you get to that point, there are no other options available to us. And that was the case here.
Thank you. My next question is for Mr. McCarty. Can you describe what services your company provided in connection with your emergency response services?
Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity. At this wreck, we were dispatched for hazmat, fire suppression assistance, whatever NS hazmat needed us to support them with.
Can you describe how you assessed the vinyl chloride tank cars? And can you tell us what you found?
Yes, and thank you for that question. The assessment started with Mr. Deutsch Friday evening. And as Mr. Deutsch testified this morning, the observations were right with him. Pressure tank cars, flammable compressed gas, in-pool fires, a lot of general service tank cars, also in-pool fires, dark conditions, very difficult to assess, but fundamentally, that's where the assessment started. There was incredibly hot, active fire for several hours. There was some fire before that had been either burned out or extinguished before I even got on scene from the Pleasant Street crossing up to behind Ceram Fab. But from Ceram Fab to the east was still very much on fire with active pool fire throughout that whole area, the center area of the main load of the wreck. So that's where the assessment started, was Friday night. As Mr. Deutsch testified, wasn't very long after we got the firefighters in the safe clear and everybody rallied up back in the old firehouse or police station, whatever building that is referred to, where the command post started. It wasn't very long after that the first pressure relief devices started getting active. They were active throughout the night on 3 cars, the 1 car on the west, and 2 of the 3 cars in the centermost, what we call the easternmost pool fire associated with the VCM cars. They took incredibly high heat for a long period of time. Again, as Mr. Deutsch testified, these thermal protection features on these tank cars, they're designed to hold for 100 minutes. And it wasn't long after that the pressure relief device started activating. So part of the assessment also asked the railroad what was the operating speed in which this train was operating when it derailed. In the fire rescue service in a vehicle accident, we call it mechanism of injury. Okay, it's part of the triage. Was this a slow speed derailment where they just fell off the tracks, or was this a mainline train doing whatever it was, 47 miles an hour? That's an X factor in anyone's damage assessment because we don't know the dynamics of cold work, metallurgy, scores, gouges, wheel burns, dents. There's a whole litany of things that we look for. We had no safe option to do those kinds of things, frankly, ever too closely with a lot of hidden damage in the pileup throughout this weekend. So it's a big factor in this answer to the question of how this led to vent and burn. So the assessment started Friday night, continued through the weekend. There was a period on Saturday afternoon in which the pool fires had subsided in those areas, both on the west and in that one area that had the kind of behind Leaky Oil Company. We watched them for an hour and a half to 2 hours because operationally speaking, you asked earlier, what do we do for the railroads? We function to stay we want to be forecasting and being operationally ready for when it's time to do something, right? So that afternoon, on Saturday afternoon, we had the first two, what we call the assessed and entry teams, the first, a west team and an east team, with some objective entry goals to get a pressure gauge on the easternmost vinyl chloride car. And with the state police flyover we were able to do that morning, we could finally clearly identify the loaded isobutylene car, which we had not been able to do through the night or even that morning due to various smoke conditions and limited drone flights. But so during those entries, it was later in the afternoon, it was somewhere in the 5:30 p.m. era. The third VCM car in from the east, frankly, scared the hell out of us. It released pressure relief in a violent, sudden, violent roar of fury, and it had been calm for 2 hours prior to that. They all were calm. Everything, we corresponded our assessment. Pool fires died down to kind of burned out, to the active pressure relieving subsiding. And that third car, there was something going on, pressure building in that car without a fire under it. Okay, that's a key part of our damage assessment with internal pressures that are unknown at that point. But what we can absolutely know is we observed them Friday night into Saturday, audibles, cycling, the sound in which they were releasing, that corresponds to some amount of internal pressure. It was exponentially worse and sustained for 70 minutes. And it had no fire under it for 90 minutes to 2 hours prior to that. So that's a huge factor in all this. Not sure if I answered your full question.
You did. I'd like to talk about pressure and temperature measurements if we could. If you could give us an overview of how you collected those pressure and temperature measurements during the assessment of the tank cars and the tank car damage assessments.
Thank you for that one too. Sunday afternoon, someone reported seeing the westernmost vinyl chloride car fire from a protective housing, burn out, snuff itself out. I heard folks speculating, oh great, it burned itself out. It was a theory on the table at the time. But in our world, we knew that it had leaks from those compromised valves and fittings and elastomers and O-rings, and everything that keeps the hazmat in a package was thermally burnt out, compromised from Friday night into Sunday, had been burning just fine. And all of a sudden, it quit burning. Myself and one of our technicians went into that westernmost area, the hot zone, to look at that car specifically. Got up on top of a hopper car that was right next to it. The protective housing was rolled conveniently where we could walk on the hopper car and get right to it. Stood clear in case the PRD went off, but was able to get right next to the protective housing, hold our breath from the air pack, breathing and silence, and there was zero audible hiss. And that's another very important takeaway of fact-based reporting here. There was zero pressure hiss coming from that protective housing on the westernmost car. It had been burning quite well since Friday night. And by itself, on its own, with no offensive fire suppression, no tornado windstorm, nothing blew the fire out, and there's no audible pressure hiss coming from 2 liquid lines, a vapor line, and a pressure relief device that had been feeding the fire triangle since Friday night. It was just a lazy whiff of a nuisance leak at that point. In fact, we got 0.0 on our meter in the breathing zone on top of the hopper car. We never got a meter reading until the meter went down inside that protective housing, and only then it was detecting some volatile organic compounds in the housing, not anywhere in distance away from that housing. There was still little hot fires in the ballast and in around the work area. So even with that, from that Sunday afternoon into Monday, it never had any kind of leak that warranted a reflash or a reignition. And again, this is very important to your question on the temperature monitoring. When we came off the top of that car, I noticed on the west side of that particular car, there had been jacket removed in the wreck, part of that crash wreck dynamics. The part of the jacket that had been removed was no more than a couple feet long by maybe a foot wide, but I clearly saw an opportunity about my shoulder height that I could take my gloved hand off, put the back of my hand on the actual tank metal, not the jacket. And it was hot. I couldn't hold my hand there more than 3 seconds. And it had not had a pool fire under it for several hours. I think that burned out sometime Saturday, the day before. Okay. So it was at that moment I reported that to Mr. Deutsch with the railroad. He asked me to go back in with a thermal imaging camera, get a reading, and we did. That was a baseline, kind of just take a status check of it. This was Sunday afternoon. As I recall, the temperature was either 130 or 135, and I know it's in record somewhere. He asked us to trend it, and we did. For that hour, it went up to like 138. So in that snapshot of time before we met with the chief and his staff, it was trending upward. It was after the meeting in the chief's office, or in the city hall, that we were asked to start seeing if we could trend temperatures on the other cars. And this is why I really thanked you for this question, because I clearly see where these data got spread to everyone involved here, and I'm pretty sure this is going to help clear a lot of things up. So our first entry team that took those readings on the easternmost cars in the pool fire, there was no torn jackets. The best shot we had was through a golf ball sized hole. And we reported that hey, here's our best effort here, but without crawling through and belly crawling underneath these burnt cars in hot chemical schmutz, we can't put people in those positions to crawl underneath these cars in such hostile conditions to maybe try to find a torn jacket, to maybe try to get a reading on the cars. We couldn't ladder up to the pressure plates because of what we experienced with that PRD, just launching in a violent notice. We can't put somebody in line of fire doing that for checking pressure plates. So we did the first round of temperatures. Our people were pretty sure and kind of concerned that they might not have hit the tank metal with the point and shoot thermometer. We reported that. It went wherever it went, and then we were asked about a half hour later to do another round of temps, and we kind of did that kind of good faith challenge. Are you sure this is worth it? And the answer was yes, people want to see the data. And basically it was one of those things where I was kind of concerned that it might get misinterpreted, and sure enough, here we are, right? So, I heard Oxy's opening statement. Perhaps their chemists think that this 65, 68 data was accurate, and I'm here to set the record straight, and I really thank you for that question because it's bothered me when I read that in all the stuff prior to this day today. We, the contractor team in Norfolk Southern, we didn't put a lot of merit in those readings on those cars because we thought we might be contacting with the thermometer, the thermal blanket or the insulation, and may or may not have even been touching the tank car. And then one last comment as to these thermometer readings. Even the one car on the west, keep in mind, that had been burning since Friday. We didn't even know if that one particular spot on a very large tank car, I can't say that it's representative of the whole, right? There's no great way to get accurate thermal readings from one particular spot on a tank car. And we had virtually no good shot to get good temperature readings on any of the ones to the east, other than well, even the one that was still upright on the Far East, jacket was in pretty decent shape. So I realize, sir, that was a long way to answer your question, but I've been anxious to be here to help today to get this set straight, and I hope that was helpful.
Thank you. I'm going to turn the questioning over to Mr. Lynham.
All right, these next few questions are going to be for Mr. McCarty again. A couple of questions ago, you did touch on the PRDs. I just wanted to go back to that. How did the actuations of the vinyl chloride tank car pressure relief devices factor into your assessment of the situation?
Can I just make sure I understood your question? So the pressure relief device is activating. Your question is, how did they factor into our assessment?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So early in RECs, we believe in good faith that we hope that they activate at their set to discharge pressure. However, we've also seen in RECs with fire impingement that they may, due to other factors, potentially release at an earlier pressure. However, going in early, we have to believe that they're going to activate it, in this case, roughly 1/3 of burst pressure. In this case, they were 247.5 PSI. So again, I'm doing this 35 years. They did their jobs early on, but to further answer your question, what made us very nervous throughout the weekend is when they quit activating. Again, we originally on Saturday equated that to our window of opportunity to get in there and hot tap these cars in the low holes and start thinking about those other options, right? Like we were ready to get in there and weld nipples in the low places to get extraction points to get liquids out of cars. And when that one car I told you about earlier, when it went off with a fury, that pretty much told us that these PRDs were compromised, because that car that went off with a fury had been working all night and all day prior to that and was going off and releasing a lot less pressure. Something either gummed it up or mechanically messed it up, and either way, it was incredibly dangerous.
Okay, so let's talk about that. What gave you the understanding the pressure relief devices were plugged or gummed up, as you mentioned, with polymer?
So we get trained by a lot of customers. We've been trained out at CERTC, at TTCI several times in a career. One of the core fundamental things that we're taught about polymer response is avoid heat. Heat can cook out inhibitors. In this case, we understood from some of the information from Oxy that they inhibited not necessarily with adding an inhibitor, but by nitrogen purging to lower oxygen concentrations. Well, that's in the vapor space where that nitrogen would be. And these cars were relieving for several hours. So anything in the vapor space, nitrogen-wise, would have been expelled early in that. They would have basically vented that vapor space out early. Every time the PRD cycled up and down, there would have been a potential for a little bit of oxygen formation down there around that O-ring retaining cap at the top of the PRD. There's just so many variables to that, but the gumming up of the PRDs is something that's happened before in American railroading case studies. And it's a general statement, and I know Mr. Day beside me here, he may have some more specific references. I know there was a very noteworthy one years ago in Deer Park that we're both familiar with. I think he's familiar with a few more studies, but we know from our training that polymerization can, in fact, plug up and gum up relief devices. And between that car doing what it did and the other one's just questionable, adding what happened to us on Sunday with the car to the west that was fueling a fire nicely since Friday and then for no reason quit fueling three-dimensional fire, there's just limited scenarios in what makes that happen. And all data, all reference data that we had available to us, and it's several data sources, and all of our combined years of training, we were all feeling polymerization.
Okay, thank you. Can I please get exhibit D53 displayed? Mr. McCarty, is that the tank car that you said that was gummed up after it shot out the flame from the PRD? I think it's OCPX 80179.
I don't have the list of car numbers in front of me, so I'm going to take your word for it that that's the car number. But that is, in fact, the one that I said scared the heck out of us on Saturday when we were having crews in there kind of just to the right of that, getting pressure gauge on the easternmost vinyl chloride car, and we had a crew to the west beyond that tree line to the west on top of the isobutylene car when that went off. And, you know, we certainly speculated, quote unquote, gummed up because it's a solid theory when dealing with this chemical and everything we've learned about it over the years and all the technical data that's available to us. You know, whether it was, you know, polymer or mechanical, either way, that car, the one to the east beside it that never did seem to relieve the whole time, the one to the west of it right beside it, it's still burning in that picture, and the other one all the way to the west, they all three were in very hot pool fires for the same amount of time. And if you'll notice in this particular picture, there is no active pool fire underneath that car right now. There hadn't been a pool fire under that car for a couple hours. And prior to that, throughout the night and throughout the day, it had been relieving quite nicely, which gave us the confidence when they all quit relieving and the pool fires died down. That gave us the confidence to get in there for additional assessment efforts.
Thank you, Mr. McCarty. These next few questions are from Mr. Wood. First question, sir, how did you assess this pressure relief actuation vent?
Sorry, keep in mind, we were running a 24-hour operation here. So things that happened during daytime, I didn't see all of. Things at night, I did. I will tell you, on Saturday night, I observed these cars from videotape all night. These cars did exactly what Drew just explained. These cars would cycle. They would generally do a quick cycle. They always kept flames around these protective housings. Come about 6:30 on Sunday morning, a lot of the flames started dying down because the pool fires had started dying down. Our assumption and my assumption was, again, training that you take, we expect damage to the PRDs, especially with fire, especially with this product, pitting, O-ring pitting, damage to the O-ring housings that should have made those PRDs, once the fire subsided, to still weep and still feed these lazy flames that they kept for when they cycled off. They never went out. Now, when the fires actually extinguished, I had left the site, so I was updated later on, but I would have made the same assumption that Drew and our other personnel there, that something was causing the PRDs, that they were no longer functioning properly.
Okay. Mr. McCarty earlier was talking about the difficulty of trying to get good temperature readings on those tank cars. How did monitoring the temperature of the tank cars originally come about? What prompted you to do that?
Again, we wanted tracking of the temperature because temperature is a sign of problems going on in the car specific to monomers. These monomers, again, when they're going through polymerization, that's a large heat-producing event. We did understand an external temperature from the outside of a tank in extremely cold outside temperatures. It's not an accurate temperature of the car. We were more concerned when it was relayed to us a rise in temperature, not so much what that actual temperature reading was getting, but the fact that the car hadn't been in a pool fire for hours and we were still seeing a temperature rise. That was the concern, that we wanted to keep track of temperatures, because there could become a point in time that if the temperature started rising too quick, all alternatives go away. You couldn't safely put anybody anywhere near those cars to even perform a vent and burn.
Could you please describe what communications you received and what communications you provided regarding the tank car temperature monitoring?
During the night while I was present, the temperatures were being relayed hourly to the command post, and I was sharing those with the incident commander and unified command. That was done throughout the night.
All right, thank you. I'm going to turn the questioning over to Mr. Stansel.
Thank you. Mr. Wood, I'll continue with you for a moment. Earlier in your testimony, you mentioned a matrix that was followed. Is that something like some form of checklist that you used as you were assessing the tank cars?
We don't use a formal checklist, but these processes are outlined in every tank car training class, railroad response training class, and handling of tank car emergencies. You always start with, from a derailment scenario, they kind of go step by step. Can the car be re-railed, put back on its trucks, and moved on either to destination or to another location? If the car can't be re-railed, can it be moved and situated in such a manner that will facilitate easy offloading through the normal loading and unloading valve? So can the car be offloaded either into another rail car or into trucks? If that can't be done, then the next process would be, well, I can't use the valves to get the product out of the car, either due to the orientation of the car because I can't move it, or because of damage to the valves, which was the case here. Then the next step would be to hot tap, to actually build fittings, for lack of a better term, onto the car to allow you to be able to offload it, if that can be done safely. That's the same set of matrix that are gone through with every tank car assessment that is handled in a derailment, whether it's a general service car or a pressure car, as these were.
Well, thank you for that clarification. So you weren't actually referring to a document that Norfolk Southern generated in response to this derailment?
No, this is
just a procedure, not a document. Okay, got it. During your earlier interview, you said the one car in question, and I believe you were referring to OCPX 80370, or what you had described as the West car. Saturday night to Sunday morning, its shell temperature was about 135 degrees Fahrenheit, and then within an hour it increased to 138 Fahrenheit. Then you told Chief Drabick you believe these cars were polymerizing inside, and that eventually, if you did nothing, the cars would come apart in a violent explosion. Is that your recollection?
When the situation with the temperatures and the concerns with the car were brought to me, I did have a conversation with Chief Drabick about what we believed was going on with those cars. Did explain we only had this much data on one car, but we felt sure if the problem was going on in that one car, the other cars had been exposed to the same conditions. We felt the same thing was going on with them.
And when was that you first told Chief Drabick about this concern over the tank car temperatures?
I'm going to say I originally spoke with him privately in the fire station somewhere between 4:30 and 5. And that's when the chief set up a meeting, with more consolidated meeting, where the briefing could be held, and Drew, Chip, and the other contractors and other NS personnel could kind of explain what we felt was going on. I was not a party to that whole meeting. I was part of the NTSB investigation, so I actually had to leave. Was not able to attend that entire meeting except the start, and I provided basically the same briefing that I gave to Chief Drabick to the NTSB folks that night at Youngstown.
And just to be clear, that was February 5th?
Yes,
Sunday.
that was Sunday, February 5th.
Sunday, February 5th. Thank you. Please display Exhibit D8. And Mr. Wood, this is a graph that we constructed of the tank shell temperature measurements collected by your contractor, SPSI. The red arrow on the left is where you told us the temperature had risen to 138 Fahrenheit, and then you decided that a vent and burn was necessary. Is that correct?
I would say when we became concerned about the temperature rise, that we believed that our only alternative left was probably going to be a vent and burn. And those were the words that I relayed.
Yes, okay. Would you explain what was happening during the rest of this temperature trend? And this is for tank car OCPX 80370. Well, what was going on during the rest of this time period leading up to the vent and burn?
Again, all through the night on Sunday, we were taking hourly temperatures that were being recorded. Again, I ran nighttime operations there, so I was the one, either myself or John Simpson, were recording these temperatures and relaying them on to Unified Command. The temperatures basically fluctuated all night. Then the next morning came in place during the time where we felt like a vent and burn was going to have to take place. We had our contractors making preparations in case that decision was made. And that's basically what took place through the night.
Okay. Would you agree that, with the exception of the one spike in temperature during the middle of the night, it appears that the temperature was on a downward or decreasing trend, looking at this graph?
Looking at the graph, I would agree that that was the data we were receiving from an external temperature of a tank that I would in no way think is an accurate temperature, the core temperature of that car.
Okay. And well, that gets into the next question then. Why was this tank car still a concern when its temperature was decreasing?
I will say the car was a concern because of our original concerns of it. It's not just polymerization that's necessary, a reason why this car was rendered nothing else could be done with it. Mechanical damage, the sheer amount of heat damage to the valves and the tank car also have to be considered. So just an external temperature on a tank with a slow downward trend in very cold temperatures. Again, polymerization is not necessarily the only thing that would concern us about a high pressure car, that it's sustained these type of damages.
So did it suggest to you that polymerization was continuing, or are you saying that potentially it wasn't? I'm not understanding your answer.
My answer is there's no way to tell for sure based strictly on an external temperature of the tank. That doesn't discount any of the other problems that are a concern of that tank, from heat damage and mechanical damage, because this is a pressurized liquefied flammable gas inside this car, aside from the polymerization. There are circumstances where that's a hazard whether polymerization is going on or not. Just this doesn't tell me one way or the other whether I could make a determining factor on the polymerization.
Were there any other indications that polymerization was occurring?
Again, we believe so, based on the behavior of the PRDs. The lazy flame stopping, the actions that the PRDs took over the previous 24 hours. Okay. Observations we were making in real time led us to believe that that was going on, yes.
Okay. You can bring the exhibit down. Mr. McCarty, you told us during your interview that at some point the temperature of this West car, again, it was OCPX 80370, peaked out at 138 Fahrenheit and never got worse. So the same question for you, why was this tank car still a concern in your mind?
Thank you for the question. And I found out after our initial interview that my guys who were doing a lot of the monitoring for Mr. Wood's staff, that it actually did go up once, but they kind of speculated it might have been because of another, like a little festering fire flared up and they hit it with an extinguisher, but it's neither here nor there. We had these data resources while conflicting. We had at least 2 data resources. Mr. Day had a reference from New Jersey Health Department that said polymerization can start at 125 Fahrenheit. Chlorine Institute has a recommended statement in its pamphlet 171 that if you do a tank shell temperature, anything over than ambient can be an indicator of internal polymerization. We had again, my biggest fear was when that fire was burning nicely since Friday night and it choked itself out. From the fire triangle, you know, if you've got O-rings and things that are burned out and compromised, the only thing that snuffs out a fire fuel feed is something from inside the car. That just process of elimination and deductive reasoning and 35 years of hazmat experience and firefighting. I can't, and as I said, I didn't trust from the moment I put the back of my hand on that car. It's one sample point. I couldn't even tell you if it was liquid space or vapor space. It had been burning since Friday night. It's certainly not representative of the entire tank car. And it's even worse with the data from the other 3 cars. And that's why I wanted this committee to keep that all in perspective as you look at these trends and all this data. These cars were in tremendous heat for several hours. Those cars are well insulated. That heat was trapped in those cars. And we have data that's suggesting that it could very well be polymerizing. We have 35 years of experience and multiple clients training us over the years that suggest we're in the classic fearful situation of these cars polymerizing from the inside. And tactically speaking, there was enough people theorizing that the 3 that were burning well since Friday night might be empty. And that's what kind of pulled us away from hot tapping, because nobody can weld anything without a liquid space full car. If this was a partially loaded tank car, we'd have to get low in the liquid space to have the absorption of that heat of welding. Otherwise, this town we'd be talking about, as Chief said it so elegantly this morning, had we done anything but vent and burn, it would have taken one of those cars and one misstep with welding or any other misstep, or one car with a critical damage hidden that we can't see coming apart in a very, these are not wave a magic wand operations. These are very sensitive, deliberate, time-taking operations would put people at risk and put this community at risk. And all data resources and all of our combined experiences had us with a legitimate concern for polymerization and lack of tactical options except vent and burn, which is a known, proven tactical option it's the last ditch tool in the toolbox, but it's a meaningful tool in the toolbox, and that's precisely why the AAR and the FRA developed it years ago.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Day, I'd like you to first tell us a little bit about your expertise teaching other emergency services contractors and firefighters about responding to incidents involving polymerizing materials. I know you talked to us about that during your interview.
So I've been in this business for 41 years. I've been an emergency responder basically all my life, from a volunteer firefighter, paid firefighter, to a hazmatician. Excuse me. As I grew up in this business, working with my dad, working with a lot of folks that I consider my mentors, I have a really good, I have a lot of base folks that I've learned from. Over the time, I've been brought in by SCRTC out of Pueblo, chemical manufacturers, to put on emergency response training for a variety of different kinds of products, whether it's vinyl chloride, chlorine, general service products, bulk solids, covers the gamut. So I've got a lot of experience, and I've lived it. I've done it for 41 years, so I'm brought in and asked to put on certain parts of training classes. Well, when you put on certain parts of training classes, you're there for a longer period of time. So I've been exposed to some of the best training folks throughout North America in all different kinds of chemicals.
Okay, well, thank you for that. And so how many other vent and burn actions do you have experience with personally?
I've been involved in approximately 30 vent and burn operations throughout North America.
And how many of those involved vinyl chloride?
Only one other incident that I was a technician on site.
Yeah, and which one was that? Where was it?
Livingston, Louisiana in 1982.
Okay. So referring back to that temperature graph we had displayed on the screen earlier, what does that temperature trend tell you about what was occurring inside of that tank car, OCPX 80370?
You're asking me to speculate what's going on, and I will not speculate in front of this group. I will tell you that based on training that all of us at this table have gone through, or performed, put on, once you have a stabilized or inhibited product that has gone through a temperature, a massive temperature increase, some of the best chemists out there in the hazmat world have teach us as responders that if the material is exposed to elevated levels of temperature, the inhibitor has the possibility and probability of going away. Nobody can tell us where it goes, but it just does not operate anymore. There's plenty of polymerizable polymers, monomers that are shipped up and down the rail. And probably the biggest takeaway from most of these training classes are that if your PRDs are going off and all of a sudden the PRDs stop going off, that's a telltale indicator to first responders that something bad could possibly be going on inside. And you don't have a lot of time to continue to generate data.
I appreciate your answer, sir. Thank you. Please display Exhibit D26, Section 10 of that document. And I'm going to come back to Mr. Wood and ask you, what role does a manufacturer's safety data sheet serve during an hazardous materials emergency response?
It is one source of data and information that's chemical specific that comes from the manufacturers of the product. So they are a tool in the toolbox, so as a reference manual.
And is that something that's typically referred to during every emergency response to a hazardous materials incident?
I would say as a general rule, yes. First responders will start with the basics, with the ERG guidebook. Ultimately, most of them are going to ask for an SDS. We always ask for an SDS because they're going to use it at some point in down the road outside of just the emergency response side of an incident. So, yes, they're regularly asked for.
All right, and on the screen, what we have is a section from the oxyvinyl safety data sheet for vinyl chloride, vinyl chloride monomer. And I'm going to ask you, what statements in this data sheet guided your remediation decisions for these VCM tank cars?
Well, the first point we're going to go to is the last segment there, the hazardous polymerization section.
Okay. Can we zoom in on that a little bit more so that people can see it and scroll down just a little bit? Yes, sir. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Wood.
Yeah, so just reading through it, when polymerization can occur, exposure to the following conditions or mixtures with elements and materials can cause explosive or violent polymerization of VCM, air, sunlight, excessive heat, oxidizers. You go through the list. Avoid elevated temperatures. Those kind of things, that's the part in this particular situation of the SDS that's going to jump out to us, because these cars have been exposed to extreme heat for a couple of days.
And can you characterize how this influenced your decision-making, these statements?
I would say it was part of the decision-making tool. It was one of the tools. You're going to use guidance documents, and you're going to lean heavy on the experts who deal with these type tank cars and these materials on a regular basis. So it's just part of the decision process.
Okay. And Mr. Day and Mr. McCarty, I'll ask you the same question. Start with Mr. Day. Is there any specific statements on the data sheet that affected your decision-making?
The same one that Mr. Wood read. I won't reread it. At the very top of that document, if you'll scroll up, it says chemical stability, and the bottom line is may violently polymerize or generate other hazardous conditions when not stabilized or stored correctly. And basically, these tank cars were not stored correctly.
And Mr. McCarty, did you also refer to this data sheet during the response? And what would your reaction be?
Yes, sir, we did. We did have access to the safety data sheet as well as other resources. And as I recall, it's not just these two paragraphs. If you would look at the data sheet from top to bottom, left to right in all pages, it's at least 6 times that it refers to the risk of polymerization. And that's just this one document. We had other access to things in our response trailer from the Handbook of Compressed Gases, from the Railroad's Bureau of Explosives Emergency Action Guides. Chip had mentioned this New Jersey Health Department document that we also pulled up. Vinyl Institute, Chlorine Institute, they have technical documents. And in fact, in the vinyl document, in the closing paragraph at the end of the Vinyl Institute's recommended practices, their closing paragraph reads word for word exactly where this community was involved in. There were no other tactical options safe to execute without tremendous risk to this community. And the Vinyl Institute's recommendation is exactly what we did.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Thomas, I would like for you to describe OxyVinyl's technical support role for incidents such as what occurred in East Palestine.
Yeah, so what we do is provide technical support with our experience in making the products that are involved in an incident. And, we're there to help drive the safety of those folks that are responding. We're there to equip them with all of our experience in making the product so that they can navigate through the decisions they need to on how to manage it with the best information on the product as we can give them. And the SDS is part of that, but certainly the SDS is a broad-based documents covering manufacturing scenarios, industrial facilities, labs, storage, rail cars. And in all the sections you see that were referenced, there's always a reference to unless it's properly stabilized. And if you look at the transportation section 14, it talks about the rail cars being stabilized VCM. And in our case, the stabilized with low oxygen, some of the chemical inhibitors that they talked about can go away with fire, but when you stabilize it with oxygen, you don't lose the stabilization even in a fire. If the top space vents, it just fills up with more pure VCM, and so you don't have a potential for an initiator to get in. So these rail cars at 99.99% purity, we're giving that kind of information to the folks on the ground saying, hey, here's what we think it'll do. We're applying it to the specific details of their situation and really just trying to provide safety support on our product so that they can stay safe, protect the first responders, the communities. That's kind of the role that we provide.
Okay, and when you say stabilization with oxygen, you mean low oxygen?
Yeah, so the process is to remove oxygen less than 200 parts per million. And at that point, if your vinyl is at that purity level and you stabilize it either with an added inhibitor, which is allowed, or you remove the oxygen level below 200 parts, then there is no initiator for that material to polymerize. So you would have to have some kind of external input into that VCM in order for there to be any potential of polymerization.
And I think you just answered the question, but maybe let's go into it a little deeper. How does stabilization protect vinyl chloride monomer from polymerizing in a transportation scenario?
Yes, sir. So in our case, where we're doing the low oxygen below 200 parts, what it does is it prevents you from having an initiator that can break that double bond in the VCM and create an unstable monomer. So at that purity level with no oxygen, oxygen is a potential initiator. When you're below 200 parts, that's 0.02% of the material. You just don't have anything to initiate the reaction. And VCM polymerization requires an initiator to polymerize.
Okay. And I think during your initial presentation, your opening presentation, you mentioned a technical support team that you put together at your headquarters. And so what questions came up about the oxyvinyl safety data sheet during your discussions with Norfolk Southern and its contractors, SPSI or SRS?
I don't think there were any specific questions to the document itself. I think, the conversations certainly were around polymerization, the concern on Saturday with rail car of concern at that time. So it's talking about the details without specifically referencing the document, if you will.
Was there anything in the safety data sheet that conflicted with the advice that you were providing to the folks on scene?
Not from my perspective. Not for this incident with this scenario. I mean, that's the technical expertise. We had over 250 years of vinyl and PVC manufacturing experience on the phone. And so we're just trying to pull all of that knowledge to help the individuals that are on the ground.
All right. Well, please tell us some more about your communications with Norfolk Southern and its contractors. Who was your main point of contact there, and what sort of technical assistance did you provide to them?
So Saturday and Sunday, we had conference calls. And so there was a special situations team, as I mentioned, that we formed in Dallas. And we had several folks calling in that weren't in the room, in the special situations room. But we had phone calls on Saturday, and we had a conference call Sunday morning. And then Mr. Smith arrived Sunday afternoon with a couple other folks to really just be a resource on the ground to help support them in whatever way that he could.
And so what did you or your oxyvinyls team understand, given the information provided by the organizations on scene? What did you understand about what was happening with the tank cars?
Yes, so through at least the two calls, what we understood is what was well described by Mr. McCarty earlier. There was a lot of concern about one of the rail cars in the pool fire that had gone off. I believe my recall was 30 seconds every 2 minutes for 8 or 10 hours through the evening. So it had really been working in that pool fire. And then all of the relief devices went off, and it went off again for 60 or 70 minutes. And I think he had mentioned they were getting materials together to do a hot tap. And then that one went off, and it gave them pause. So our initial guidance was, we didn't think that was polymerization, but, here's how you know. If you can go take a temperature on a rail car, you'll know for sure. And when you're putting people's lives at risk around the rail cars, you need to know for sure. Certainly, we're all on the same mission on that front.
So, yeah, was there a consensus amongst your team at Oxyvinyls in Dallas as to, what was going to, as far as the chemical behavior of the vinyl chloride monomer, were there any differing opinions on what was going to happen?
Not on the phone calls we had. I mean, we were trying to communicate. We didn't believe polymerization was going on. But more importantly, I think what we told them is how they could know for sure. Right? Don't take my opinion for it. When it's your safety at risk, you go prove to yourself if it's safe to get a temperature, as they well described. You would know for sure, because these reactions are extremely exothermic. And if you're talking about rupturing a rail car, you're talking about being at 320 degrees. And you can take that temperature anywhere on the rail car skin and know you got a problem. So it's a long way to go, and it will be very obvious if you have that reaction going on.
So the temperature trend that we had on the screen earlier, what does that tell you about about polymerization?
Yeah, so my understanding is that for that rail car on the west end, our view when it was described, that rail car was leaning against a PVC car that had heat, smoldering fires going on. And I think I read in Chief Drabick's notes that, maybe around midnight when they had that fire erupt near it, The temperature had dropped, the fire erupted kind of near it, it heated up to 139, they put the fire out, and it immediately dropped to, back to 129. So that trend of 12 degrees, over 22 hours of monitoring, that also corresponds with a 20 psi drop in pressure in the car. It's conclusive to all of us that polymerization was not going on in that car, and the location where they were taking the temperature on the skin is valid enough to draw that conclusion.
Is that what you told Norfolk Southern and its contractors?
We never actually had conversations about the trends. The two data points that we had Sunday night was the 135 and 138. And so, what we knew with the first two data points was that at 135 or 138, shooting at the spot where he had, fell to the rail car, we felt confident we were on the skin. At that temperature, the pressure in that rail car is 121 pounds. So safety valve on that car is 247, design is 300, and the burst pressure 750. Point being, it's got a long, long ways to go from 135 degrees to present any threat of overpressurization, which was certainly a concern for everybody on the scene.
And how much of that did you tell Norfolk Southern?
Well, we weren't on the call once we got the data. The way the communication was going at that point, Mr. Smith was talking to the folks on scene once he arrived, and then he came back and brought concerns to us about the temperatures, and so we gave that information to Mr. Smith, and he went back and advised them again that polymerization wasn't occurring per our perspective, that you didn't have the temperature to support it. But, he would have to answer, or the others in the conversation would have to answer the specifics of that. We weren't actually talking to them directly at the time.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Thomas.
Certainly.
Mr. Doherty, please continue.
Thank you. Mr. Smith, Mr. Thomas touched on your role in East Palestine, but could you please explain what your role was on the ground?
Sure. We were there to provide technical support to answer questions in regards to vinyl chloride monomer, and also to be a liaison between what was going on in the ground to our folks in Dallas.
And could you describe in your words what communications did you have with Norfolk Southern, SPSI, and SRS about the behavior of vinyl chloride monomer in tank cars, specifically with polymerization?
So primarily that conversation occurred Sunday evening after a call with our Dallas folks, when we had communicated, we had talked about, was there polymerization in that? And so Sunday evening, the communication was, we saw nothing that would cause us to believe that polymerization was occurring. There wasn't any type of temperature rise that you would anticipate seeing with polymerization.
Thank you. So just to clarify, did you suggest at any time that polymerization could be occurring within those tank cars?
Yes, I did. So there were two meetings I had with SPSI, and there was a meeting. If I kind of give you a quick timeline, we arrived on the scene roughly around at SPSI's trailer shortly after 2 o'clock. Had a meeting with them probably starting around 2:30 or so, and lasted maybe less than an hour, around an hour. And then we drove to the firehouse to meet with NTSB and to meet with Norfolk Southern. So there was concerns that were raised in our meeting with SPSI about polymerization, about that one particular car that was at 135 degrees Fahrenheit. There was concerns about that one, as well as concerns about polymerization that were raised to us from SPSI about the tank car that had vented for 70 minutes. And so when we got to the firehouse and talked with NTSB and Norfolk Southern, at some point during that conversation, my partner received a text indicating that the temperature had gone up 3 degrees on that westernmost car. And at that point, I made the comment that it could be polymerization occurring. I would like to say, in the context, though, of that discussion, I made very clear I was not a polymerization expert. There were several questions that were asked to me about temperature that could start polymerization, expansion ratio, polymerization, recommendations regarding polymerization. I made very clear I was not an expert on polymerization. I was going to get with the people in Dallas and discuss that with them. And then from there, it was communicated to me that by Mr. Williams with Norfolk Southern that I was to communicate with SPSI, and then they would communicate with Norfolk Southern, and Norfolk Southern would communicate with the NTSB. And so at that evening meeting, after our discussion with Dallas, is when I made the communication that there was no indication of polymerization occurring.
Thank you for that. So, Mr. Wood, with that, in your earlier interview with us, you told us that you had received differing opinions from oxyvinyls, whereas some said they did not believe vinyl chloride would polymerize, while others said that it would. And could you elaborate on which opinion you acted upon and why?
What I will say, I was not party to all conversations between Oxy and Norfolk Southern and our contractors. That was the basic message that was relayed to me through those meetings at shift change, that they had gotten some conflicting information, whether it be from the SDS or from actual communications. I can't speak to the exact wording because I was not party to those conversations.
Thank you for that. And so, Mr. Wood, could you tell us, I guess, how you came to the understanding as you announced on February 5th that there was a critical temperature of 185 degrees Fahrenheit, at which point there would be a runaway polymerization reaction that could lead to a catastrophic rupture of the tank cars?
The reference to the 185 degrees were some conversations that I had with Drew McCarty. I believe, as I understand it, that as temperature rises, if it ever got to a certain point, that curve of reaction to temperature goes up sharply, and that if the temperature ever got anywhere approaching towards 185, that they wouldn't put any personnel around those cars for that fear.
Thank you. Back to Mr. Smith. How did the plan to conduct the vent and burn action come up, and when?
You're asking me how did I learn about the vent and burn? Is
Correct.
What you're asking? Okay. So I learned about it first at the first meeting with SPSI, which occurred, probably started around 2:30 or so, sometime in between 2 and 2:30. During that meeting, there was discussion regarding vent and burning.
Okay. And was there ever any disagreement that was expressed to you over the technical advice you provided?
Over the technical advice that I provided, which would have been really that evening, I don't know if there was necessarily a disagreement. I would say that in that particular instance, Drew, we communicated, this is what we believe is happening or is not happening. Polymerization is not happening, and then Drew outlined his reasons for moving to vent and burn.
All right, thank you for that. And I'd like to turn the questioning over to Mr. Stansel.
Okay, Dr. Carroll, it's been a long day so far, but we haven't gotten to you yet. Please describe polymerization of vinyl chloride monomer and tell us about the conditions under which stabilized vinyl chloride will polymerize.
The polymerization reaction is a reaction that forms a long chain of plastic, if you will. It goes from being links, individual links are vinyl chloride, and the polymerization reaction creates a chain. On the average, that chain is about 1,500 links long. The conditions under which vinyl chloride polymerizes is in the presence of what's known as a free radical initiator. And without that initiator, the polymerization cannot occur.
Okay. And what are some of those initiators? What specific conditions have to occur before polymerization can happen?
Initiators are typically organic chemicals that are added that have a thermally labial bond. In other words, heat can activate the initiator. And when it does, free radicals are created, and the polymerization reaction starts, making that chain that I referred to.
Okay. And would you comment on the statements you've heard today regarding the tank car temperatures, the critical temperature of 185 Fahrenheit, and whether polymerization had occurred in those tank cars?
I have no idea what a critical temperature of 185 degrees means. Vinyl chloride does not polymerize only on the action of heat. It does not spontaneously polymerize.
Okay. And what is a runaway polymerization reaction?
So I think there's been some confusion of language here. And I want to be very clear. When we talk about spontaneous polymerization, we're talking about making polymer without any initiator. And that there are some monomers for which that can occur. One of them doesn't happen to be vinyl chloride. When you have a runaway reaction, that's in a batch that has been initiated, but typically, in fact, in almost all cases, it happens because you've lost cooling capacity. And the way it happens, I mentioned that the initiator is sensitive to heat. So in a batch where you've lost your capability to maintain a temperature, where you've lost your cooling, as the temperature rises, more of that initiator is broken apart, which creates more free radicals, which creates more polymerization and more heat, and it becomes kind of a cycle. The key here is that, once again, a runaway reaction only occurs with an initiated batch.
And when you have that sort of reaction occurring, how does the temperature and pressure respond to that? What happens?
As the temperature goes up, the pressure goes up. And this is well understood, and I think in the materials that were distributed in the docket, there's a curve that shows the pressure of vinyl chloride at certain temperatures. And I think you also heard Mr. Thomas refer to various temperature and pressure changes over time.
Okay, and how does the appearance of polymer differ from monomer?
The monomer is a liquid. It's actually a vapor at ambient temperature. It boils at minus 13 C. So under ambient temperature, it would be a vapor. It is a liquid as used because it's under pressure. And the polymer is a white, grainy solid that would look a little bit like salt or sugar.
Okay, and do they both have the same flammability?
No, the polymer is less flammable than the monomer. So for example, and some of you may have this experience as well, the PVC pipe itself will not sustain combustion. You could put a torch to it and the flame goes out. Obviously, and you can check this from the specs of the material, vinyl chloride has a flammable limit. There's both an upper and lower flammable liquid for vinyl chloride, limit for vinyl chloride.
Okay. And how do the hazard warnings in the oxyvinyl's safety data sheet compare to other scientific literature and guidance contained or provided by organizations such as the Chlorine Institute, the National Institutes of Health, or the Emergency Response Guidebook?
One of the things that I look for as a scientist is I would like to go back and see the original references on which guidance was based. I have to say I was unfamiliar with the term explosive polymerization because that made no sense to me.
in the years of experience that I've had with vinyl chloride. I did manage to track the language down, and for that language, it goes back to something called Bretherick's Handbook of Sensitive Chemicals. It cited two articles published in the early 1970s that, because of their age, can no longer be obtained electronically. But what the language in that, in Bretherick says, vinyl chloride tends to self-polymerize explosively if peroxidation occurs. And we haven't talked much about peroxidation in this, but it's the reason why low oxygen in the presence of vinyl chloride is a stabilizer. The reaction that it prevents is a very slow reaction between vinyl chloride and oxygen. Oxygen cannot initiate high polymer. You cannot, with a trace of oxygen in that rail car, polymerize it to a solid. However, if you have excessive oxygen in the presence of vinyl chloride for a long time, you can make a short polymer that is a copolymer of vinyl chloride and oxygen. And that material, if you make enough of it and if you isolate it, is shock sensitive. So what you want to do is to limit that possibility by limiting the amount of oxygen in the presence of vinyl chloride.
Okay. Can you describe any discrepancy between your knowledge of the chemistry of vinyl chloride monomer and the statements that are listed in the safety data sheet?
I don't know that I'm capable of judging the safety data sheet. I didn't assemble it, and I didn't participate in it. And what's more, I'm not an expert on the hazard communication standard. So in that sense, I don't know what exigencies the people who were putting the safety data sheets together are under, or what requirements they have. There may be good reasons for warning about the things that they've warned about. What I can tell you about, though, is my knowledge of the polymerization chemistry and the chemistry of vinyl chloride. And what I can tell you is that you cannot make PVC without an initiator.
Okay. Well, how chemically reactive is vinyl chloride monomer with aluminum and other catalytic metals?
This is another facet that I really wanted to try to run down what the origin of this advice was to understand it. And I believe I did so in two cases. One is in the Encyclopedia of Chemical Technology, and otherwise I also found original references referring to this. In fact, what both of those references are warning about is the presence of trace hydrochloric acid, that is to say, hydrogen chloride, HCl, and water in vinyl chloride monomer. And that if you put impure vinyl chloride monomer that had HCl and water in the presence of aluminum or copper or iron or steel, it would corrode the aluminum, copper, iron, or steel because of the action of the hydrochloric acid. If there is an implication that somehow aluminum, copper, iron, and steel react with pure vinyl chloride, that's simply not correct. But the origin of those statements and those warnings had to do, I would say, more with the purity of the VCM and impurities in it than it does with a native reaction of vinyl chloride and those metals.
Okay. And would you please tell us about the combustion products from burning vinyl chloride monomer?
There's one article in the literature that has done an extensive study of the combustion products of vinyl chloride. And those products generally are carbon monoxide, hydrogen chloride, and under certain circumstances, trace phosgene. And I know that there were news reports during this of phosgene as a potential side product of combustion. The article itself does the combustion in a laboratory in a glass combustor. So it's a bit different laboratory setup than what we had during the vent and burn. One of the places where they got the least amount of phosgene was in the case where they were simply metering vinyl chloride in with enough ambient air to combust it and doing so. So the point here is the conditions under which you do the combustion matter for how much phosgene you get. On the other hand, the author of the article notes that in all of those cases, even with the trace phosgene present, you had well over 600 times as much hydrogen chloride generated. And the author notes that because of that, the area would be untenable regardless of the phosgene.
Okay, and what can you tell us about the risks of venting and burning vinyl chloride from a tank car?
Well, you've seen the pictures, and there's a pretty good risk of a black plume of smoke. You will produce carbon monoxide, which is probably not a risk unless you're directly in the plume. You will produce hydrogen chloride, which, once again, you don't want to be in the plume. Hydrogen chloride is an irritant and would make it very uncomfortable to breathe. The phosgene, as I say, seems to be of less concern in the light of the hydrogen chloride. The action of the plume, I would imagine there would be a strong thermal drive upward at the beginning and some dissipation. On the other hand, all of those combustion products, with the exception of carbon monoxide, have a higher molecular weight than air and might be expected to drift back down toward the ground, especially hydrogen chloride, which will hydrate itself. It will draw water to itself and make very small droplets. Is there more I've missed there? What else would you like to know?
Well, how about the effect of the combustion products on steels and other equipment?
Because of the hydrogen chloride, it would not surprise me if you would find corroded metal somewhere, particularly if it were in the plume, and particularly if the hydrogen chloride were moisturized. Generally, hydrogen chloride is not as corrosive as hydrochloric acid. The water helps with the corrosion process.
Okay, and have you had any previous experience or observations with what vinyl chloride monomer fires and combustion products do with associated equipment?
I don't believe so. Not off the top of my head, no.
And is it possible that the vinyl chloride monomer polymerized as it was venting from the tank car during the vent and burn?
No.
Okay. All right, Mr. Lynham, if you would continue, please.
Okay, these next few questions are going to be from Mr. Smith. Sir, could you please explain the results of your post-vent and burn tank car residue sample analysis in a concise and simplified way, such that lay people, such as myself, in the audience as well, will be able to understand?
Sure. We took samples of each of the inside of each of the rail car under the pressure plates, as well as
Mr. Smith, over here. Do you mind moving the microphone closer so we
I'm
can
sorry.
hear? Thank you so much.
Sorry. We took samples in the rail cars of material on the inside of the rail car. We sent those to our Avon Lake Technical Center, and they analyzed. One was to analyze for elements, particular elements. Another analysis was to see how the material evaporated or decomposed as the temperature was increased, and compared that with a PVC sample. And another was to look at particular bonds, chemical bonds, to see if it looked like anything that would be PVC. In summary, none of those analyses indicated there was any PVC in the tank cars.
Okay, so you just touched on PVC, and so how definitive are those examinations in determining the presence of polyvinyl chloride, the polymerized species of vinyl chloride?
I'm sorry, did you say how legitimate? Is that what you said?
No, sir. How definitive?
How definitive?
Yes, sir.
So I'm not an R&D person, so I can't speak to I'll say definitiveness, other than we saw no evidence of PVC as a result of that analysis.
Okay, so if there was any polymer there, would these tests have found it?
They were intended to find it, but again, I'm not in the R&D facility, so I can't speak to that, but those were intended to find it, so they should have found it.
Okay, thank you. So these next few questions, and I know the time is ticking down, so we probably won't be able to probably get through all of them, but they're going to be from Mr. Wood, Mr. McCarty, and Mr. Day. Can I please get exhibits D54 and D55 shown, please? Okay, so each of you have told NTSB investigators that you observed polymer coming out of the tank during the vent and burn. I'll start with Mr. Wood. Can you tell us what evidence you observed that the vinyl chloride had in fact polymerized?
I was not directly down where the closest shots you see there were at. Those were the words that were relayed to me from that location, that's the observations that were made.
Okay. And I'll ask the same question, Mr. McCarty. What observations, that you had for the vinyl chloride had in fact polymerized?
Sure. Thank you for the question. I was with Chip and Jason Poe behind Brave Industries out of direct line of sight when the explosive charges went off. We were basically in a safe zone. I wasn't privy to this right shot photograph. I'm not sure who took that. My comments in that first interview came from, I believe it was a video from, I think it was the county sheriff's drone video. My observation was when the westernmost car, when that shot went off, and again, I got to get back to something I testified to earlier, no audible hiss, something that had been burning well since Friday night and snuffed itself out on Sunday that people thought, might be empty. When the video evidence, and it's not shown in one of your two pictures here, if you watch the video of the westernmost car, it launches what appears to be whitish colored stuff vertically, more than what I perceive to be strictly vapor. And it had a tremendous amount of pressure in it. Probably a couple 100 feet in the air vertically is what it launched vertically. And for a car that we had speculated, I'd say some people were speculating might have been empty, it had obviously burned for an hour and a half or 2 hours, so it had a good bit of liquid still in it. So again, all this science weeks after the fact, we're learning from that data, and we were frankly shocked by that data from what we experienced and what we felt. So the observations were from that flyover video, not a direct in-line of fire when that explosive went off.
Okay, and this will be our last due to time, but Mr. Day, your observations, if you could describe?
After the permission was granted to initiate the vent and burn operation from Incident Command, we hit ESI hit the button, and we ignited the flares around the site to make sure we had ignition. We hit the high shot, released the vapor pressure, hit the low shot, and dumped the liquid out into the pits that were constructed around the site. At the moment of the high shot and the ignition of the westernmost car, I looked around the corner from the Brave Industries side of the derailment and saw sparklers coming out of the car, and relayed that information to the crew that was with me. These pictures here there's one missing in between when we had the high shot and the pressure relieved, and then we had ignition.
What picture and videos are you referring to? Because I don't think we have that.
There's no picture. I just visually saw sparklers coming out. So if there was a picture, it would be in between those two.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Chair Hamady, the tech panel does have additional questions, but I understand we're out of time at the moment.
At the moment, but we're going to allow you to ask your whatever questions you need to ask.
Thank you.
We're going to take a break because it is very hot in here. So I want to give folks a little bit of break. Why don't we say 17 minutes? We'll come back at 4:30. And we'll talk about who's doing questions first. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
We're going to get started. All right, thank you. Welcome back. We are going to continue with our technical panel who has additional questions.
Okay. These next few questions are going to be for Mr. Wood. Now, you told NTSB investigators that the video cameras of the vent and burn action captured pure polymer coming out of the tank cars. Now, what video were you referring to, and was the video recorded?
My recollection of the video were whatever those shots were from that were viewed a while ago, that supposedly one of the shots showed some white material being shot in the air on the left side of the screen. I don't know whether that came from a drone video or what. I was at the command post when it took place, so the only video feed I saw, you couldn't see down where the cars were at.
Can we get exhibit D54 and D55 put back up, please? Okay, I'll go ahead and skip to these next few questions to Mr. McCarty and Mr. Day. You observed this action in person. How were you able to identify the release material as polymer?
Well, as I said before the break, we were behind Brave Industries in a safe zone for the initial shots. But my video, I saw a video. I assumed it was the Sheriff's Department drone video. It may not have been if you folks don't have it. It appeared to me as whitish material, not so much strictly vapor. It looked like whitish material that was launched vertically a couple hundred feet in the air in a surge of release of what that top charge is designed to do in relieving pressure. But it sure looked like a lot of liquid stuff came with it. And it was not a clear liquid, it was more of a whitish color. So again, that was our speculation at the time, and that's what we felt was happening the whole weekend.
Mr. Day, would you agree with that?
What I observed at Brave Industries with the guys from ESI and our crew was once we had ignition, we had the sparklers, like I talked about, coming out of the car, which is something that's not common on a vent and burn operation. We don't usually have, in all the 30 cars that we've done, we don't usually have sparklers coming out of the car, going up and coming back down to the ground. That's the reason I surmise that that's what that was.
Okay, thank you. These next few questions are going to be from Mr. McCarty and Mr. Wood. And I'll start off with you, Mr. McCarty. What other mitigation options were evaluated? And you mentioned hot tap and some other things. Could you talk about that a little bit?
Yes, sir. So with any derailment, any damaged car, there's a list of options. With compressed gas cars, for example, that have been in pool fires, building pressure, relieving. A tactical option to relieve vapor pressure is a vapor flaring operation, but in this case, all the valves and fittings within the protective housing were thermally compromised from all the thermal heat fires they had been experiencing since Friday night. So we could not vapor flare anything out of the cars. There was no access to the vapor space. From a transfer perspective, there was some discussion about can we get trucks or other tank cars and build rail in and do transfers to facilitate a chemical transfer. It would require hot tapping to get to the liquid product. And we were prepared to hot tap. We were looking to hot tap. We had welders and staging, a couple thousand feet of pipe to go to a liquid flare pit, which is another tactic to talk about here in a minute. But the other challenges with transfers would have been, if this stuff has now been off specification due to this accident and all these fires and the driving off of the inhibiting of it, setting up such a transfer would have required trucks that were most likely not available anytime soon from anywhere around the country. From a trucking standpoint, would have been a logistical challenge. Properly inhibiting the stuff would have been a field challenge to properly inhibit it in the field. If it was already polymerizing, that's also, it was our concern at the time that with the heat they sustained for the time in which it was sustained, we felt that if we would have tried that, we probably would have gummed up transfer systems and it had a risk of polymerizing in mid-transfer. And in lieu of transfers, the next option was, and we've done this with other polymerizable materials, we burned off 90,000 gallon of butadiene in another derailment because it had evidence of polymerization, and tactically hot tapped the low space. And the cars we knew were still loaded, so we knew we had liquid space to weld into, and took 90,000 gallon of butadiene to a burn pit to safely destroy it and get the cars de-inventoried before the excessive pressure. And I'd like to get back to damage assessment at some point, but I'm sorry, your initial question, I think I might have let myself get sidebarred. Can you please repeat your initial question, make sure I close the answer for you?
I think you have to a certain extent. It's about mitigation options and their evaluations.
Thank you. So, so hot tapping was kind of an essential tactic to trigger a couple different options short of vent and burn. And back to the one car that built excessive pressure without relieving itself in a condition that didn't have a heated pool fire under it for a couple hours on Saturday afternoon, that told us something was still going on inside that car. And we looked at all the cars as a set, four cars for sure, the one on the west and those three in that easternmost pool fire, they were in the very same similar conditions. One car misbehaved, the other three were tracking right with it 2 hours earlier. So we were looking at those as a whole, as a piece to share with everyone. So tactical options due to having to get people in there, spending a lot of time up close and personal with those cars that we felt were rattlesnakes and critical damage potential from that dynamic wreck. In fact, I'm just going to go ahead and I just asked if I could get back to damage assessment. Earlier this afternoon, in one of my first responses, talked about the dynamics of the mechanical activities of 47-mile-an-hour wreckage. We never, that whole weekend, we never had a fair chance because of risk of our safety to get in there and peel jackets off of cars, look for things like scores, dents, gouges, wheel burns. And just to share with you on the perspective of that, these cars were a design burst pressure the day they were built at 750 PSI. We're trained from the folks at CERT-C, TTCI, there's adjustment factors that we make for critical damage. Even an 1/8-inch deep score into that base metal would have taken a 300-pound working pressure car, or even start at 750 burst pressure. Even an 1/8-inch deep score, you multiply the burst pressure times 0.2. So there's like a multiplier that brings it down, and I don't have my calculator to do math in public, but it's around 150 PSI, as I recall, 20% of 750 if anybody's got a calculator. But if it would go to a 1/4-inch deep score, it goes down even more, like to 110, 112 PSI. So I know there's been talk about these 247 PRDs. In our assessment, they quit working They had serious fire damage. We have unknown mechanical damage on all these cars that have been seriously heat stressed through the weekend. This is a serious X factor in our whole assessment. So back to your tactical question, sir, on the options. The moment that one car in the middle on Saturday behaved the way it did, we made an absolute safety decision for the good of this community and for our own people that we were not going to commit people welding on those cars because there was a serious concern that at least 3 of them might have been empty.
And before I turn it over to Mr. Doherty, Mr. Wood, your thoughts on that question, mitigation options?
Yeah, Drew covered most of them quite well. I think it should be noted there was a 6th high-pressure liquefied flammable gas car also involved in this wreck that did not sustain the same damages that these vinyl chloride cars had taken. That car was protected even during the vent and burn, and we went the other options. That car, after everything, the vent and burn was completed, that car was moved and offloaded safely into trucks. So we absolutely follow each step of that decision tree, that when we get to vent and burn, it's because we're out of options.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Doherty?
Thank you. Just one last question for me for right now. If we could please display Exhibit 47. This question is for Mr. Day. Could you tell us what the effect would be on the shell temperature if it were in contact with the adjacent hopper car of plastic that continued to burn for days, as it's pictured here?
So this is what we consider car 5, the westernmost car, up against the plastic pellet car. And just from basic firefighting 101, the hopper car is smoldering. The temperature of that car, I don't know off the top of my head what it is. There is an 1/8-inch jacket on the outside of car number 5, the vinyl chloride car. That car up against, there's going to be some heat transfer. I can't tell you how much there is. I'm not a scientist. Don't think anybody could. But there will be some heat transfer, absolutely.
Thank you. That was my only question. I'm going to turn it back to Mr. Lynham.
Okay, we want to give an opportunity to the representatives from the state of Ohio and Pennsylvania to comment. First off, I'd like to get this question to Major General Harris. Sir, if you could describe your role and interaction with Governor DeWine after you were notified of the events involving the derailment in East Palestine?
Yes, sir. Thank you for the question. The previous night, before the 5th, before most of the conversation in question, Governor DeWine convened a phone call because he had been contacted by Andy Wilson, who's the Director of Public Safety, expressing concern about a number of the people in the area who had not evacuated, even after the local law enforcement had gone door to door to encourage them to do that. So his directive to us was, let's figure out how we can get up there and help them to contact these people to get them evacuated from the area. So Director Wilson immediately went into action and dispatched ultimately about 125 state troopers over the course of the response who came here. We mobilized in the National Guard, the 135th MP Company from Chagrin Falls, to come here to assist local law enforcement. Initially, the intent was for them to assist with knocking on doors to do the evacuation. Additionally, we mobilized the 52nd Weapons of Mass Destruction Civil Support Team because we thought, of course, that their expertise with analyzing, providing analysis in situations like this, mapping, modeling, providing decision support tools for the incident commander would be very helpful here. So we got all of those entities moving around 2100 on Sunday evening, the 4th, and they immediately they commenced movement at that time upon activation. So they began arriving at around 0203 on Monday morning. And again, the intent was initially to help local law enforcement, literally going door to door to notify people about the concerns, about the risk, because we were told that there were over 500 people in the area, in the affected area, who had been notified who hadn't left their homes. And Governor DeWine was gravely concerned about that. So we have immediately commenced movement of all those elements. By about 5:40 on Monday morning, the civil support team arrived and immediately initiated contact with US EPA, as well as making contact with the incident commander.
Thank you. Can you provide any insight into how long Governor DeWine and his team had to deliberate on the proposed vent and burn procedure on the vinyl chloride rail tank cars and his ability to raise questions about his concerns and subsequently receive those answers?
Not very long. Governor DeWine actually arrived here at around 1100 on Monday morning, the 6th. And as you heard from the timeline, the decision was required by about 12:30 because there was concern, obviously, about nightfall, the temperature inversion, and the risk of doing the burn at night. So there's a very small window in which Governor DeWine had to talk to the incident commander and the members of the Unified Command. But ultimately, it was that team that made the decision. Governor DeWine had a lot of questions, but most of those were in preparation for the press conference because he knew he was going to have to walk out and talk to the media and answer questions to the public about these specific issues. So he had a lot of questions, but Chief Drabick is correct. It was the local leaders on the ground, the incident commander, who maintained command of the situation the entire time.
Thank you. So you mentioned the National Guard deployment. Did you have any significant issues during that deployment, or?
Probably the greatest issue that the teams experienced were just communication. Things were moving rapidly. As an example, when the team arrived, they arrived with the impression that they might be supporting a vent and burn for a single car. There were a number of people around a command post who thought it was a single car. So a lot of the modeling was based on that. We later learned that it was 5 cars, which made a significant change in the modeling and the advice and the tools that we were able to provide to the incident commander to support his decision making.
Thank you. And my last question for you, sir. Do you have any recommendations for improved communications and decision making between on-scene incident command personnel and state of Ohio decision makers?
I do. There are a couple. First of all, we can't do enough exercises in this space, and I think the exercises have to be realistic, and they have to push systems to the point of breaking. We can't assume things away during exercises that we sometimes do, particularly when it comes to command and control. We have to make it difficult. This was a difficult response in so many ways, particularly because it was also at a state line, so it required coordination across state line, across state agencies. And fortunately, the governor had Governor Shapiro on his speed dial, frankly, and that was helpful, but it certainly complicated the issues. And the other thing is it's important to have a common operating picture in the command post. It was very difficult to find information, especially for the team that was doing the modeling. Those tools, whether that's on air monitoring and painting that dashboard for what all the air monitors are seeing, painting the dashboard for whether it's car temperature or what's in the actual affected cars. And we struggled with that. Not only were we late learning that it was 5 cars, but we've had challenges with what was in the cars and how much had actually burned off. So the modeling was constantly changing. And if we had had a common operating picture, a tool that we could roll in and look at and we could share through some automated means with the entire team, I think it would have expedited some of that generation of tools and given the decision makers more decision space.
Okay, thank you, sir. These last few questions, which will round out our questions from the tech panel, are for Mr. Padfield. Sir, could you please describe your role and interaction with Governor Shapiro after you were notified of the events involving the derailment in East Palestine?
Sure. Thank you for that question. We were notified as a state at about 9:34 p.m. on February 3rd regarding the situation. Our Watch and Warning Center picked up a notification from Beaver County Emergency Management that they were sending a large amount of mutual aid support into Ohio. So we began tracking it at that point in time. In around 2:45 in the morning on February 4th, Saturday morning, I had communication from our Department of Environmental Protection Emergency Response Director, who had personnel on the scene at the command post and had an assessment of the situation. At that point in time, we had reason to suspect that obviously this was a large, complex incident, and there may be significant concerns for the residents of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. At that point in time, Governor Shapiro and his staff was notified of the situation by the DEP acting secretary at the time, and we kept communications up through actually the governor's senior staff at that point in time. At that point in time, I also reached out to my colleague in Ohio to get an assessment, and we started at about 4 o'clock in the morning to get some modeling that we started to look at concerning maybe potentially for Pennsylvania. So we continued to model that. We continued to take a look at the models with the wind changes and everything else and update the governor's office on a regular basis. So the governor was involved in the situation. He was very proactive in making sure that we were engaged and getting the right information and making the right decisions to protect the residents in the Commonwealth. That continued until about that Sunday evening. At that Sunday evening, there was information that we received regarding the one car that was significantly involved in fire that was vinyl chloride, and that we received a briefing from the emergency response personnel that were on the scene that they were provided regarding that one car. At about 9 o'clock that evening, 9 p.m., our Watch and Warning Center picked up a social media post that came out from East Palestine that really reinforced the 1 mile evacuation. And it was concerning from our perspective because we weren't exactly sure why this came out at that point in time. So we reached back out to our personnel. They tried to gain clarification, and eventually they were able to gain clarification that they believed that one car of vinyl chloride, it wasn't going to be if, but when it failed. And if it did not fail overnight, the plan was to vent and burn that car at noon the following day, which we understood was, the concern going in. The governor was briefed on that. The senior staff was briefed on that. They were engaged in that. We talked through the process what that means. Essentially what the evacuation area looks like. We confirmed with Beaver County that they had made notification that they were comfortable with the evacuation area at that point in time. Fast forward to that Monday morning, and I received a notification from first the Beaver County Emergency Management Director, shortly followed by my colleague in Ohio, that Governor DeWine was calling Governor Shapiro over concerns with the train derailment. And at that point in time is when we realized that we were talking about the course of action had changed to vent and burn 5 cars. And we were trying to gain an understanding at that point in time of why we were talking about 1 car that Sunday night, and we went to 5 cars that Monday morning in a very short period of time.
And just as I asked General Harris, about how much time did Governor Shapiro have? I mean, from the moment you notified him of the proposed vent and burn, how much time did you guys have to deliberate?
My appreciation of that conversation is the decision was already made. I personally, on that phone call, asked specifics regarding other courses of action. We know that from preliminary information the night before that they were investigating other courses of action. At that point in time, we were told that quote unquote, there were 200 years of combined experience making these decisions, and that was the only decision that was viable at that point in time. So at that point in time, it was not necessarily about making the decision. It was more Governor DeWine calling Governor Shapiro to let him know what that decision was and to be able to work from there on what we needed to do on our side to protect the residents.
And my last question, similar to what I asked General Harris, do you have any recommendations for improved communications and decision-making between on-scene incident command personnel and state of Pennsylvania decision-makers?
There are a lot of recommendations, and I appreciate the opportunity to come here because I think this is very crucial to be able to understand from these large, complex incidents. A couple of recommendations. Number one, everybody needs information and the best information to be able to inform their decisions. Any impediment to getting that information is going to affect the decisions that any one entity at any level of government makes. And that's the concern. Having that free flow of information and having that understanding and shared understanding of what the tactics are that are being discussed. If we would have known that a vent and burn operation of 5 vinyl chloride cars was a potential 3 days before, 2 days before, 24 hours before, we can plan against that operation. However, being thrown into these situations at the last minute creates challenges. We know that personnel that, much to the credit of our Department of Environmental Protection, they had an emergency response professional respond to the scene spontaneously, and it was responsible independent action on his behalf to go to the command post because he saw it on the news to be able to essentially gain situational awareness of what was happening and what the impacts were to Pennsylvania. We know that people were not necessarily included in some of the meetings and decision making that was occurring at the command post, some of the planning that was occurring at the command post, and that is challenging. We understand their complex situations, we understand they're dynamic and they change on a regular basis, but if one person misses a meeting or is not included, they do not have the most up-to-date information on which to be able to make informed decisions. And I think, going back to my colleague here to the left, training in a real-life environment with those decisions, the hardest decision an emergency manager will ever have to make is an evacuation decision and protective action decision. And understanding everything that comes into play with that is critical. And exercising that in real time is really something in these types of complex situations that we need to spend more time and emphasis on.
All right, thank you. I'll turn it back over to General Harris. Do you have anything else you'd like to add, sir, before we conclude?
No, but thank you for the opportunity to contribute.
Thank you. That concludes our questions. Mr. Stansel.
Thank you, Chair Hominy. That's all of the questions we have for this panel.
Okay, great. Thank you. We're now going to turn to party questions. As before, each party spokesperson will have 5 minutes to question the witnesses. We'll begin with the parties from the government agencies, followed by the industry parties, and then the labor table. So we'll start with PHMSA or FRA, however you want to divvy it up.
Thank you. Chief Drabeck, were you ever informed that resources from oxyvinyls were on site and available for discussion or for consultation?
No. Somebody from oxyvinyl did come into the command post at the fire station on Main Street and ask where representatives from Norfolk were, and we sent them in their direction where they were gathering. But that was the only interaction we had with those individuals.
Thank you, sir. Chief, while I'm asking, who advised you that you had, in your testimony you mentioned that you were told you had 15 minutes to make a decision. Did they tell you who set that 15-minute time limit?
That was relayed to us in the room that Governor DeWine and I went to meet with the contractors, Norfolk Southern and their contractors. And that time limit was given to us, we were told, based upon the conditions at hand and dealing with the weather and the convergence. In order to do it that day, we had 13 minutes.
Thank you, Chief. Dr. Carroll, I have a question for you. What is the byproduct of a polymeric reaction, or the reaction as the vinyl chloride polymerizes within a rail car? What would the byproducts be?
There are no byproducts. The vinyl chloride is polymerized to PVC, and that's it.
Okay, so there would be no formation of gas or any other material inside other than the heat that would be...
No, sir.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Day, you mentioned that you were aware or your training previously that inhibitor goes away. What discussions did you have with any vinyl chloride producers or other product experts regarding the inhibitor or other mechanisms to prevent polymerization?
Can you repeat that question?
Yes, sir. What discussions or consultation did you have with any vinyl chloride producers or other product experts regarding the inhibitor or other mechanisms that were used to prevent polymerization of the material inside the tank?
One of our options, because of our involvement with the Chlorine Institute, their mission chemicals, we have a plethora of manufacturers that we can bounce ideas off of. We spoke with Oxy. We spoke with a couple other vinyl producers, giving them what we were looking at, what we were seeing. The other two producers did say that polymerization was a high potential based off of fuel load and heat applied to the tank cars. Once we were able to gather all that information, we were basically formed into a technical committee. We discussed it, and that was just one of the many things that the technical group discussed when we came up with the vent and burn operation.
Thank you, sir. And Mr. Smith, question for you. Oxyvinyls expressed concern that polymerization was not occurring. When you were told the decision to vent and burn had been made regardless, did you consider raising the issue with the incident command?
I was not part of the Unified Incident Command, so it really wasn't my role to do that. So no. My role was to communicate with SPSI, and then they would communicate to Norfolk Southern, who would then communicate from there.
Thank you, sir. That concludes my questions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Okay, this is a question for Mr. Day. We'll start with you. I think a lot of the talk about the vent and burn has been taken for granted, like everybody understands what it is. You have a charge at the top of the tank, and then a charge at the bottom, and then it vents out. Does that charge at the bottom of the tank ignite the fluid leaving the tank, or is there another step to that to ignite that fluid?
So the vent and burn operation, the way it's taught, the way it's done, there is multiple ignition sources placed around the site. Once the charges are applied, when permission is granted to initiate the vent and burn operation, the first operation is to ignite the ignition sources, both high and low, because of the flammable gases and the flammable limits of the material that we're dealing with. The next permission is given for the release of the vapor from the top of the car, the highest point of the car, to prevent liquid from blowing out. So you hit the ignition sources, you unload the pressure. Most of the time, that pressure coming out will ignite, and within seconds, the bottom shot is initiated, and you have more ignition sources, and everything goes to fire.
Okay, that's helpful. So there's no scenario, because Dr. Carroll talked about an upper flammable liquid and a lower upper flammable level and a lower flammable level. There's no scenario where you would create those two holes in the tank and it wouldn't ignite, and you would just end up with product on the ground.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Well, let me ask a follow-up to that. That wouldn't be possible, or that, I mean, would that be an option to do that, or is that just not a possibility that happens?
It's calling for speculation, and I'm not going to speculate what could possibly happen.
Okay, all right, thank you. Can you talk, let's see, Mr. McCarty, I'll start with you here. Can you talk a little bit about some of the modeling that was used to help inform the decision about, I don't know if you were involved with it, I'm gonna ask you, but any of the modeling as far as the impact of this vent and burn? Yeah, I'll stop there.
So on Monday morning, we had just finished, Chip and I had Jason Poe and his team in a recon to orient him at daylight, talking through the high charges, the low charges, and we had just started exiting the hot zone, and I got a phone call from Mr. Deutsch saying, hey, the governor of Ohio is up here at the school. He'd like to talk to you, Chip, and Jason. He's got some questions for you, how we came up to vent and burn, right? So we went up to the school, and we just kind of walked into a bit of a hornet's nest, quite frankly. Didn't know that was the case when we walked in, but it is what it is. We certainly respect I'm hearing a lot of, you know, 1 car to 4 cars, and I'm clearly equal as concerned of where any breaks in communications were. So the governor, when he approached us, had a concern that he had this model that was, we just know from all the training we do at Chlorine Institute and a member companies and other case studies where they've had vinyl fires, they've had vinyl explosions, and what they experienced in their modeling, we were much better off doing this operation in the daytime than at night. So the information that they shared, I did not even need to look at the piece of paper to know that something was very awry. I've been doing this 35 years, and while I don't plug in air modeling, I'm not a computer dude, I'm a hazmat guy. What I do know with absolute certainty, it's the old adage of garbage in, garbage out, so there was just some missed data that got inputted, and I felt it, I knew it, and sure enough, worked cooperatively with the folks that they are modeling down the hall. This is one example. The Oxy teamwork was phenomenal because they had armed me with this information about the trace phosgene, less than 1% phosgene, 50% HCl and such. So my involvement in that was simply this. I was presented with something that had 2 governors, Ohio and Pennsylvania, pretty spun up over some intel that I knew was in error. And I was able to help the air modeling people with some fact-based data input. And I'm happy to say that worked. I mean, it was a much more accurate model. And the essence of that input had to do with this. They were presuming 5 tank cars, 90% full. We had 2 tank cars that still hadn't leaked since Friday night, the easternmost one and the second one in from the east. And we had waybill information on them, so I respectfully suggested that the modeler use that as fact-based poundage. It's on the waybills. And we had 3 cars been burning since Friday night. We had a few people speculating they might be empty, and we had, as somebody said, the 200 years combined experience. I think that came out of my mouth with that. And when I looked around, we did. The people that were in that circle that were quickly in my line of sight, we had a tremendous amount of experience, and we all felt pretty good that at least 3 of those cars were most likely at least half empty. So we respectfully suggested that they model that volume. The next parameter, I just inquired with the operator at the computer terminal, what was your parameters? And he said phosgene, and I said, well, what do you put in for that? He said 70%. And I said, well, I think we've just identified a pretty big problem because it's less than 1% trace. And then he made some phone calls, looked at some data, verified, he changed that. The next model was, he had 33% HCl, and this is where we actually suggested he bumps it up to 50 because, again, Oxy had said, you're going to have this, this, and this, and it was spot on. So we bumped that up to 50%, and beyond that, whatever their computer modeling does, it did it, and it had a much more realistic model that tracked with our 35 years experience that made a lot more sense, and the DOT guidebook. It tracked with the DOT guidebook recommendations.
Okay, thank you. And Madam Chair, if the opportunity presents itself, I have additional questions.
Does the Village of East Palestine have questions? Go ahead.
So my question's for Chief Drabick. Chief, in your previous testimony you're answering, in the room, large room discussing the vent and burn that Governor DeWine was in, can you elaborate a little bit more on who all was in that room in that discussion, involved in whether it was one car, 4 cars, and the vent and burn discussion?
Sure, thank you. Throughout the entire process of the Unified Command, there were members from both federal and state EPA, Pennsylvania DEP, both EMAs from Columbia County, Beaver County, Norfolk Southern, their contractors, and we had meetings once every several hours where everybody was asked to give a report or a status so that everybody knew what was going on. When we went into the big meeting after Governor DeWine got there, all of those players were there, along with General Harris, his people, and several representatives, senators, congressmen, representatives from both Pennsylvania and Ohio. So all parties were involved in that big discussion, which transferred to a smaller discussion in a private room between Governor DeWine, Governor Shapiro, the Ohio Department of Health, Pennsylvania Department of Health, some toxicologists to discuss the whole process, the plume modeling, the vent and burn, the evacuation, and that was all explained in depth to both the governors and agreed upon by all entities involved after the initial meeting as well.
Do you have more questions, Carl? Do you, Bill? All right, go ahead one more time.
Mr. McCarty, from your experience, typically how long does it take from the decision to do a vent and burn until the actual evolution occurs?
Before I answer that, can I ask you, in the perspective of your question, is it relating to the 13-minute comment I've heard a couple times today?
No, sir. I'm trying to understand what other opportunities for modeling and awareness and decision-making on protecting the communities can occur. So, you know, do you have 2 hours to notify the community? Do you have 8 hours, et cetera?
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
So in the day before, in the meeting that was referred to earlier with the chief and his staff in the I'm afraid of the City Hall building, whatever you call that building there. I'm sorry, I don't remember the name of the building. But in that meeting, I can recall the conversation about just this afternoon, back of my hand on that one Western car. But here's where I think a little disconnect has obviously occurred. We clearly presented 4 cars for sure at that meeting, maybe 5. We still, on Sunday evening, we had hopes that maybe we could move that east car, maybe re-rail it or at least get it in the clear. That was the status when we left that meeting. I thought we were all on the same page. After that meeting, we authorized, we meaning Norfolk Southern, told Chip and I to get Jason Poe up here, meaning from Louisiana. That was his green light to mobilize the explosives team and their charges and their resources. So we pretty much started working on things Sunday after that meeting. And in our minds, going into Sunday night, Monday morning, it was at least 4, maybe 5, depending on what we could do with the 5th car to the east. And, you know, I think you asked how long does it take. We had talked with that group. And I'm sorry, I don't remember the timeline, whether it was either Sunday evening or through the night or Monday morning early, but we told them we needed 3 hours. From the time the final go was given, we needed time. Jason Poe and his team needed time to do everything that needed done in the hot zone. And that was even a minimum of 3 hours. So I'm just going to go ahead, and I made a note here to hopefully somebody opened the door for me to get back to this 60 minutes, because I'm the one that said, we have minutes, Governor, because we had frankly lost time in this window of daylight with this situational reboot of air modeling. And but in our minds, for everybody's awareness, we believed Sunday evening after the meeting in the city hall that we were pretty much authorized to get the explosives guy coming. I mean, I had night shift trench and berms for containment. I mean, we were progressively getting ready for the operation through the night, Sunday night into Monday morning. And we were momentuming towards the noon. I heard the gentleman from Pima say noon. That was our marching orders as contractors, that we were setting up to be midday so that we could burn this off before dark. So I wanted to get it on the record because I've heard it say twice now. Somebody told the governor and only gave the poor chief here 15 minutes. That was certainly never our intention, Chief. It was in the perspective of getting the burn done to the maximum extent possible in the daylight hours in support of the air quality and such. So I hope that answered your question.
Okay, my last question is, we've heard today that oxyvinyl has a safety data sheet that says something. We heard Dr. Carroll say that there may be some discrepancies, or I don't know if discrepancies is the right word, but inconsistencies, whatever. Given that, and the reference to this procedure that exists, this sort of checklist or the way we go through the decision-making process. So, Mr. Wood, I'll ask you, would you say, given what you've heard about this, do you think that there's an additional step that needs to be put into this decision-making process or additional consideration, just given what we've heard today from Dr. Carroll and from oxyvinyl?
What I will say, we learn from every incident. This incident is of no exception. I don't know that anything about this changes the decision tree. Again, when you get to the choice of vent and burn, you're out of alternatives. I don't know that an extra step in there, but to kind of clarify, even from a timing basis, when those discussions were had, I brought our concerns to the chief. Those meetings were set up. Anything done along the lines of, there's hours of prep work before you even get to a vent and burn. There's trenches have to be dug, burn pits have to be done. All that infrastructure has to be put in place. In this case, there was a car that needed to be protected, getting dirt shoved up against it. Even though we mobilized ESI, there was no firm go-ahead to do that job at that point. But it's our responsibility that, listen, we're going to go ahead and make those preparations, and we're going to be prepared to do it in a timely basis, because otherwise, in my mind, I'm tying that incident commander's hand, because I tell him, you've got to make this decision because I've got 12 hours of work to do before we can do it. This incident will be no different than any other. Communication is always going to be the weak link, and I think we can always do better than that. And again, when we're through with work from the site out here, we'll do a formal hot wash and go through, and if there's more lessons to be learned, we'll certainly take that into account.
Thank you.
Does the Village of East Palestine? Okay. All right, we will move on to the industry table.
Yes, could you please call up Exhibit 8? And while we're doing that, Mr. Thomas, I have some questions for you. How many times did Oxyvinyls tell North Fork Southern or its contractors that polymerization was not occurring?
Sorry. Three different occasions we expressed our beliefs that it wasn't occurring, right? But I think the more important thing is we told them how they could know for sure. I mean, we're participating in that event because we care. We got the highest levels of our company there because we care. We sent folks on the ground because we care. So you can't be absolute in those. We're there to provide input, and they factor it into the decisions, and we certainly respect their expertise in that. But 3 different occasions we expressed we didn't believe it was, but I think more importantly, we said, here's how you can know so that you can protect your folks. If you can get a temperature, it will tell you whether polymerization is occurring or not.
Ms. Stegman, we need a group number, or group letter, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Exhibit D8.
Thank you.
Did you explain that the reaction was highly exothermic, that it had a distinct temperature signature?
Yes, we did talk about that.
And now that the exhibit's up, does the temperature trend on Exhibit D8 show an exothermic reaction?
No.
Does it show polymerization?
No.
Thank you for those responses, Mr. Thomas. Mr. Carroll, I have the same 2 questions for you. Does the temperature trend on this exhibit D8 show an exothermic reaction?
It does not. You would expect, if there were an ongoing exothermic reaction, you would expect more heat to be generated and you would expect the temperature to rise.
Does it show polymerization?
Certainly the temperature profile would not be consistent with polymerization, but it would be difficult to tell whether you have polymerization or not just from the temperature profile.
Thank you for those responses. My next question is for you, Mr. Wood. We have heard that one of the justifications for the vent and burn was an extreme temperature change. What was the amount of this extreme temperature change?
I don't believe we ever expressed an extreme temperature change. We said we were alarmed by a rise in temperature, and these cars had been exposed to extreme temperatures for multiple days. I don't know of any reference to an extreme temperature change.
Thank you for that clarification. Could you quantify what the temperature increase was to justify the vent and burn?
Again, the temperature rise in question was a 3 to 4 degree temperature rise over about an hour, with the cars not involved, hadn't been in a pool fire for several hours. But keep in mind, polymerization was not the only issue we were concerned about. These were high-pressure, liquefied flammable gas cars that had sustained mechanical damage from a 40-plus mile-an-hour derailment. They'd been sustained heat damage by laying in pool fires for multiple days. So polymerization was not the single factor that led us to believe that a vent and burn was the safest and best option.
Thank you. And I was going to ask if we could put the Exhibit D8 back up. And my last question for you, Mr. Wood, is were you shown the data trend reflected on this Exhibit D8 before the vent and burn was conducted?
Yes, I was the person logging this data.
Thank you. Back to you, Mr. Thomas. You heard Mr. McCarty talk about the pressure differential on the cars when the vent and burn occurred. Do you have a response to his testimony?
No, I believe what he saw. I think he was talking in regards to the West End car 80370, and at the time of the detonation, that car had more pressure in it. There was an obvious difference, and that was maybe something that made him think there was polymerization. My understanding of that car was the last time that it vented was on Saturday afternoon before like 3 o'clock. And so, assuming that it vented where it was supposed to at 185, 190 degrees, what happens after that is that rail car continues to cool down, which we see with the temperature data that they collected, that evening at 135. But even after monitoring the temperature from 135 to 126, it was a 12-degree drop from 138 to 126. At 126 degrees at 2:30, I think that was a number, in the factual summary. That's about, 100 pounds pressure. Compared to the pressure on the other rail cars at the temperatures of 65 degrees, they were around 30 pounds. They had one rail car, the TILX, that they had actually measured pressure on. That one was, I think, 60 pounds in that range for a couple of days. So I think he was very accurate in his description of what he saw. I think the explanation, at least from my perspective, is not polymerization. It's just simply the difference in the pressure in the vapor space of those two cars that, cause a relief difference. And, that car, different from the other ones, at least from my understanding, the one in the pool fires, their heat source went out and it stayed out. From what I read and from, again, the folks that were on the ground, the slow decline in temperature from when it relieved on Saturday to Sunday night, I think was being impacted by, the car that it was leaning against, that had smoldering fire. It had radiant heat. Radiant heat is, something else that's called out in all the guidance documents that are talking about that those cars can be affected by cars burning near them. And so I think it was just slow getting back to the other ones because it had a heat source the other ones didn't, that was providing a radiant warm up, much like your pot on the stove, would do.
Thank you. That concludes our questioning.
All right, Dave Gooden with Norfolk Southern. Mr. Smith from Oxy Vinyls. Were you the on-site representative for Oxy Vinyls there at the derailment site?
I was the on-site representative with the other two gentlemen.
Okay. All right, just a few follow-up questions, and just forgive me, just reading from my notes here. Referring to the SDS, hazardous polymerization section of the SDS says that polymerization can occur due solely to excessive heat. Is that correct?
I would have to defer to somebody who has more expertise in relationship to PVC. However, we did, in our particular instance, there was, from a thermal initiation of polymerization, that would not occur because we have low O2 in our shipment of VCM.
So what was displayed earlier for on the big board here, saying that it polymerization could occur due to heat or exposed to heat? Is that accurate?
I'm sorry, repeat that.
I'm just trying to clarify. So what the SDS said earlier about the rail cars being exposed or the chemical being exposed to excessive heat, is that accurate? Can polymerization can occur?
So in our particular instance with stabilized vinyl, because you have you have oxygen less than 200 parts per million, that you would not have a thermal initiation of polymerization reaction.
Okay. Well, so that leads me to my next question. Hazardous polymerization section of the SDS does not mention anything about stabilize. Is that correct?
The SDS does talk about stabilization. Did I miss your question somehow?
I'm sorry?
The SDS does mention stabilized vinyl.
I'm referring to the section when it refers to, is not when it refers to hazardous polymerization section.
I believe there is a section in that general section that talks about reaction, that talks about stabilized vinyl there. It needs to be stabilized.
All right. And my last question for you, was the SDS provided for the team there at the site?
What was that again?
The SDS, was that provided to the Unified Command or the team on site?
I do not know. I was not part of Unified Command.
Okay. All right. No further questions. From Mr. Smith. Mr. McCarty, if you would, did Oxy's representatives provide clear and unequivocal advice on polymerization?
So we definitely value the teamwork with Oxy, and I think Chip will agree, we value all chemists' input. And that's no different here in this case. I just jotted down some scribble notes here. I've heard unlikely, didn't believe, cannot be absolute, and I can tell you a vivid memory from one of the calls that was kind of that, I guess the last conference call we had, we just don't think it's polymerizing, and all these non-absolute assurances are quite frankly why we had to listen to that. And yes, we listened. I just want everybody to know, especially from Oxy, we didn't ignore your input. That's my heartfelt honesty. We never ignored your input. But we never heard the absolutes. And everything that we've experienced in our careers and everything we've been taught and every indication from mechanical car damage that we just, I mean, if it was one of those 4 cars that had even an 1/8-inch deep score gouge, some kind of metallurgy damage that we just never got a fair chance to look at, heaven forbid worse damage, this community was in serious risk. So, as Mr. Wood put it, you know, polymerization, folks, was just one of the complex elements in this damage assessment recipe. It's just one element. Thank you.
All right. Just one final question. Referring to the ERG, did Mr. Smith refer to the P as in polymerization in the ERG during the conversations?
No, sir, but I do recall after the last conference call in which someone on the speakerphone from Texas said they just don't think it's polymerizing, Chip and I and a couple of his colleagues that were with us on that particular call went back into my ops or SPSI's ops trailer where the other fellow, Steve, and the other 2 fellows were. And quite frankly, they did seem surprised by that statement. And one of their fellows said something to the effect of, well, when I get back to Texas, I got to remind people what the P in polymerizable means in the DOT guidebook. So again, we just, it's not that we don't value Oxy's opinion. We absolutely value everybody's input when it comes to this stuff. But we have to go on multiple data resources, a whole lot of other variables in damage assessment. And when there's a little bit of conflict in the air, we have to go with what we've all been taught in our experience.
All right, Mr. McCarty, thank you. No further questions.
We have no questions.
All right, we'll turn it over to the labor table.
Thank you. Jared Cassidy with Smart TD, again, one of the unions with conductors and engineers. First of all, I want to thank you for teaching me so many new words. I can go home and whisper in my wife's ear, and she'll think I'm a lot smarter for having been here. So I've been trying to keep up with this, and I am just a conductor and engineer by trade. So I have a question for the whole panel because I really don't know who to ask this to. When we're talking about the product in this tank car with the vinyl chloride, who is actually the ultimate authority or expert on that chemical and the possibilities of what could happen in a situation like this? I mean, it seems to me like someone should be the go-to person. Is there that person? All right, I guess not.
I will step in and say first, if you were just dealing with the product and the product alone, that manufacturer of that product or the people who use that product are the absolute experts. That's not the case here. We had the product inside a vessel that was compromised. So there are 2 pieces to the equation, not just one. It's not just the chemical, it's also the package. And we have to consider both in the field in assessing a real-time emergency in real time. And absolutely, the data from a shipper is absolutely important part of that, but it's not the only piece of that. I hope that helps.
Well, it does. Mr. McCarty, I apologize. Just a second ago, you were talking about the polymerization as being just one element into this scenario, which I completely understand. You had also said on numerous occasions that you couldn't do an actual damage assessment to the cars because of the condition of the fires being present. What other elements were there if you weren't able to do an assessment? Were you considering to base the decision to do the vent and burn on?
That's a great question. Thank you. One clear element that we could see from drone footage was all valves and fittings on 4 of the 5 VC cars were absolutely not operable, not serviceable, fire damaged, and that takes a lot of tactic options right off the table immediately. The other 2 tactics that could have been considered and were considered would require hot tapping and there was legitimate concern by a lot of experienced people that 3 of those cars may have burned empty, and you just can't risk welding in the vapor space of a flammable compressed gas car, or risk of detonation is very real, and that could have been catastrophic.
Okay. Mr. Wood, on the exhibit that was shown a minute ago with the temperature trend, it looked like about 22 hours, if I could read it right, that was showing a cooling of that car. Once the charges have been placed, and I'm not sure how it is, I guess let me say it this way. Once the decision had been made, as that slide indicated, for the vent and burn, was there ever the possibility to reverse that decision, seeing that the temperature was actually dropping? Or once you've made the decision to vent and burn, is that kind of it and we got to go with it?
Well, to keep in mind on those temperatures, we were keeping those all through the night, and absolutely, incident commander could at any time stop this operation. That doesn't mean we can't plan and continue to make that prep work. We have to be looking forward down the road. We can't be reactive. We have to be proactive. So, worse, in this case, if the incident commander decided that the vent burn was off, then we've just dug a big hole.
Okay, and you had also spoken about the infrastructure that was needed for the vent and burn process earlier, the ditches and all that nature. What preventative measures are there in that process to protect the product from penetrating the soil, if you will? Is there protective measures taken in that process?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part. Was it protective for the what?
The ditches on the vent and burn. You know, you put the bottom charge where the actual liquid or commodity is. I understand that the charge is meant to burn it off, but it sounds like if you're building trenches, you're also expecting some runoff to escape from those cars where that bottom breach has been made. What protective measures were put in place in those ditches to prevent soil contamination?
I know you asked me the question. Drew has stepped in, and he's probably better suited to ask it. It was his folks that built the trenches.
Sure. Yeah.
You know, and the reason our guys prepped those ditches. That's why I could kind of speak to that. So as part of the vent and burn operation, our challenge is to contain exactly what you're concerned about. It's a legitimate concern. So we did, and all the containment's held nicely, and you know, pleased to report neither fire in the tube got anywhere near the loaded isobutylene car. That was by design. There was a loaded isobutylene car still in the wreck, and we made sure that none of that VCM burn-off got anywhere near it, and happy to report that. With respect to your question about runoff, so VCM is a flammable compressed gas. It boils from the boiling point, just for general, it boils off from liquid to gas. It's somewhere between 7.9 and 10 degrees Fahrenheit. There's different data resources have a little skew in their reporting, but let's say round number 8 degrees Fahrenheit. It was warmer than 8 degrees Fahrenheit on the Monday of the vent and burn. So what happens when it comes out of the car, it is a 344 to 1 expansion ratio, where for every liquid gallon it expands to 344 equivalent vapor by volume. So it flashes off instantly, pretty quick. There'd be a little bit of auto refrigeration when it first happens, but the heat of the fire cooks it off. So it was trapped in our burn areas, and it effectively burned off.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I could respectfully ask for another round whenever you deem appropriate.
Randy Fannin, BLE. I just have one question. Mr. McCarthy, after the vent and burn had completed, the fires are out, everything's completed, did you have an opportunity with your team, with Mr. Day, to inspect the cars to see if there was other opportunities?
So I think it was one of my guys worked with you and another one of your guys with the NTSB folks. The NTSB instructed Norfolk Southern to put those cars on NTSB hold, which means we couldn't touch them, and we did not. Once those cars were in the clear, they were somewhat quarantined for this investigation purpose. And then a small team of guys led by Chip, and well, led by the NTSB, Chip led the operations there to support that investigation effort. So not until whatever day that would have been, to answer your question, it was days, weeks later.
Others? No?
Great. Dr. Carroll, we heard Mr. Thomas explain that polymerization is essentially impossible without oxygen. Do you agree with that? Even if it's exposed to high heat?
You need to have an initiator to start that polymerization. The polymerization will not start only on temperature. And the low oxygen will not initiate that polymerization. As I mentioned, the low oxygen stabilization is to prevent the production of vinyl chloride peroxide, which would be a dangerous material in itself, and that's what the low oxygen is about. But no, there's no initiator there to start the reaction.
Which is why they use the nitrogen injection as a blanket to inert the atmosphere, right?
So this is not something that I do. This is something that's done in manufacturing. It's the result that's important, and the result is that you had less than 200 parts per million oxygen there, and therefore you have a very low probability of peroxidation.
Okay. So we also heard some people testify that they thought they visually saw some material when the vent and burn was done being expelled from the rail car. How likely do you think that is that it was polymerized material like PVC?
Since I didn't see it, and all I have is their description, it would be very difficult for me to characterize whatever it was that they saw. I would find it unlikely.
You would what?
I would find it highly unlikely. But I didn't see it, and that's their surmise.
Okay, good. So it might have been part of the explosives that were used, something else, right?
See, I'm a chemist, and I kind of need some data.
Okay, great. Thank you, Doc. Chief Drabick, we've heard a lot of testimony today about communications, and somebody said communications is always a problem. It sounds like it was a major problem, because we've heard the experts were talking to the contractors. And we heard one of the experts say that they never were plugged into your unified command. And it sounds like you were left out of the conversation. You were the incident commander. How did that happen? Any idea?
That's a great question that I don't have an answer to, Chief.
I mean, I'm a fire chief, and I feel as though, people don't understand. The chief is in charge. There may be all these experts running around and giving advice and making decisions. And I know the contractors, they do a great job, but it sounds like Norfolk Southern was talking to the contractors, and maybe they were talking to oxyvinyl and stuff. Where's the fire chief in this whole process?
I don't have an answer for that. What I can tell you is every decision we made was based on information we obtained from the subject matter experts that were available to us at that time.
Good. I'm glad to hear that. And finally, and I didn't mean to beat up on you. I'm not attacking anybody. It's just an observation. Finally, when they did the vent and burn, who was doing the air monitoring downrange to ensure that the population was not at risk from hydrogen chloride gas, CO, maybe a little phosgene, whatever? Who was doing that?
I'll start, and I'll probably have Robert jump in and help me. To the best of my knowledge, that was a combined effort between the United States EPA, CTEC. Was there anybody else involved with that, Robert? I think it was just those two at that point. Yeah, it was a combined effort. And the National Guard was doing some air monitoring, but I think that was more situated for around our area inside of the village. But as far as outside and down, that was the US EPA and the contractors. Correct, sir.
Good. And I assume the CST was probably helping with that, knowing how they operate. Also, what PPE was used Mr. McCarty or Chip Day during the vent and burn by the crews? What kind of PPE was deployed?
The PPE that was used during the setup for the vent and burn operation was FRC on the ground. When they went up on the cars 3 and 4, because of the smoke, they were in SCBA. They set the charges, came out of SCBA, and continued on.
10-4. Sounds good. I don't have anything further. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Chief. Do others at the labor table have questions? All right. Jared, do you have additional questions? Go ahead.
I do, thank you. Sorry, I just lost my place. Mr. Thomas, did I hear you correctly in that Oxyvinyls did try to join Unified Command?
No, I did not state that.
Okay,
We did try to join?
Yeah.
No, I didn't state that. Maybe Mr. Smith had indicated earlier that when he showed up and the NTSB was asking some questions from him about polymerization, Mr. Smith indicated that I think Mr. Williams from Norfolk Southern said his communication was to go through SPSI, and then SPSI would talk to Norfolk Southern, and that was the communication flow that was set up from the beginning.
Okay. Chief Drabeck, can I ask what the process is actually like in establishing the members of the Unified Command, how that decision's made on who's privy to that committee?
All stakeholders involved in the incident are part of and invited to be part of the Unified Command. If Oxyvinyl would have made their presence known and requested to, they absolutely would have been part of that as well.
Okay. I'm going to jump back and forth here. I apologize. I just remember what I was going to ask. Mr. McCarty, Mr. Day, just as a matter of fact, I don't need a breakdown because time is tight. What is the time difference in performing a hot tap versus a vent and burn? You know, does a hot tap take longer or less time than a vent and burn? What's that scenario or comparison look like?
Great question. Thank you. So step one, you have to remove outer jacket. You got to peel back the jacket in the low spots, remove the thermal blanket, the insulation. You have to weld on the car a nipple. Then depending on the tactical setups after that, you're only drilling an 1.25 inch hole, 1 1.25 inch hole. So extraction, assuming it was still liquid and not polymerizing, it would have taken a long time to de-inventory 5 cars, like days.
Before the hot tap, you're saying it would have taken a very long time, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So in comparison to the vent and burn, is it fair to say it was the much quicker process?
So the vent and burn operation, it takes about 3 to 3.5 hours to set up once the crew is on scene. And the burn down, depending on how much product is left in the cars before the initiation, it should be anywhere from 4 to 6 hours, approximately.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Carroll or maybe Mr. Thomas, I think it was Mr. McCarty, maybe Mr. Day too, had mentioned that one of the cars had been burning and it snuffed out, I think was the term they used. Is there an explanation in your all's opinion that would justify that does not include polymerization?
Yeah, one potential alternative solution is the rail car had vented for the last time, again, as we understand it, on Saturday afternoon. It would have been at an elevated temperature to make the relief device go off, somewhere around 185 to 190. And so over that next time period, you know, it's trying to cool down. It is insulated. It takes a while, right? Well, I think what I read in there was that there wasn't audible hisses from the leak, so it makes me believe it could have been a small leak. And what will happen is that pressure in the rail car drops with the temperature. It's affecting the amount of flammable material that's coming out of the rail car. So it is possible that you just got to a point on that rail car where you were at the boundaries of the flammability limit, and as that pressure dropped, you just weren't pushing enough vinyl out to sustain the fire. I do think that's a plausible explanation, at least from my perspective.
All right, I appreciate it. And I'm running out of time again, so I'm going to take my Michael Jordan's last shot here. Dr. Carroll, with everything that you have heard or seen today, and you were asked, would you do a vent and burn? Would you have made the decision to vent and burn knowing what you've seen here today?
I appreciate the question, but an incident like this is not my expertise. And I think what you can hear from all of the testimony is that there's a lot that goes into this. I'm just a chemist, and I'm here to provide you with some thoughts on the chemistry. But I thank you for asking.
And Mr. Thomas, from OxyVinyl's perspective, I'm kind of curious because you all did say some counter things to what we had heard a little bit earlier in the testimonies. Would you have supported the vent and burn, placed in that decision, knowing what you know now?
Yeah, so our role isn't to make a judgment on the vent and burn decision. That's their expertise. We're simply there to try to help equip them with information on our product that they can factor into that, right? So we've never passed judgment on it as a good or bad. What we've simply done is said, this is what we saw in the data. But look, we communicated how you can know because it is their folks, it is their presence, it is the risk to their lives. So we said, look, if you can get temperature data, you will know for sure. You don't have to take my opinion for it. It's that clear. The science is that clear, right? So I think that's what we provided to them, but we don't sit in judgment on their decision. They have great expertise. We value that, and we were just trying to help.
All right. Well, thank you very much. We're going to move on to questions by the Board of Inquiry, so I'm going to start. Chief Drabek, I read in your testimony, I did read your statement about the 13 minutes and it being related to wanting to conduct the vent and burn in daylight. At what point did you become aware that oxyvinyls existed?
The only knowledge I have of oxyvinyl and any interaction with them whatsoever was early on when we were still at the Main Street command post. Somebody from there came in, announced themselves as members of oxyvinyl looking for Norfolk Southern.
That's it.
That is the only interaction, conversation, anything that I had to do with oxyvinyl, whether it be them or through anybody else.
Thank you. Did Norfolk Southern inform you at any point that they had spoken to oxyvinyls and that oxyvinyls did not believe polymerization was occurring?
No, ma'am.
Do you believe you should have been provided that information, certainly with 13 minutes to make a decision?
I believe any information you have is power. And the more information you have, the better you are prepared to make decisions. I think that the polymerization, as it's been said many times, is just one aspect into this whole process that we had to go through. Again, I revert back to, we took all the information we had from the subject matter experts, and not just me, the entire Unified Command staff. We took all of that information and listened to the options we had.
There's decision-making and then there's informed decision-making.
Correct. Having that information would have been good to have. It's another piece of information. I can't say whether it would have changed the outcome on the vent and burn at all. But yeah, that information would have been good to have.
Mr. Padfield, do you think Governor Shapiro deserved to have that information?
Ma'am, I do believe that that information would have been nice to have to be able to help inform the decision.
And Major General Harris, do you think Governor DeWine should have had that information to consider?
Madam Chair, it would have been helpful.
All right. Thank you very much. With my time, well, let me ask, Mr. Wood, if you could go back knowing what you do now, would you provide that information so that you could provide a complete picture for everyone to consider?
Like I've said before, you learn something from every incident. We absolutely, when we take a hot wash at this, we'll take a look at everything, and anything that we feel like we can correct or improve on, especially from a safety standpoint and for first responders and the speed and incident law, we'll always take that into account.
Thank you. But do you believe that the chief should have had information on any concerns from oxyvinyls as incident commander?
What I could say is if the man says that was information that he would like to have, we probably should do a better job of getting that information to it.
And for the governors as well?
When we're dealing with a real-time emergency basis, we're funneling information up through unified command. How information disperses out of unified command is not a sole Norfolk Southern process. That's a unified command process.
Right, but Norfolk Southern had the conversations with oxyvinyl, and if nobody knows the conversations were had, that information needs to be provided.
I understand what you're saying, but that's not the question I was asked.
I asked if you thought, that Governor Shapiro and Governor DeWine should have had that information, and if you should have provided that information.
Yes, so I guess what my answer is if Chief Draybeck says that that's information that he desperately should have had, we're going to have to do a better job providing that to unified command. But ultimately, it going to any governor or party that's not there, that's a unified command decision how that information is treated.
Thank you very much for clarifying that. Appreciate it. It's 14 seconds. I will turn over to Vice Chairman Landsberg.
Thank you, Chair. Recognizing that in the heat of the moment, no pun intended, a lot of decisions made with imperfect information. I hope these questions are not too ignorant. Chief Draybeck, blue sky. I guess the source of much of the problem was the pool fire, that it was heating up the tank cars. You probably did not have any means of suppressing that pool fire, is that correct?
No, sir.
What would it have taken in terms of equipment to be able to do that?
I honestly don't have an answer for you. I couldn't begin to imagine what all we would have needed to contain such a large pool fire, not only extinguish, but contain it.
Yeah, I'm just kind of thinking about, as we look forward to prevention strategies, if there is a way, particularly if it's an ongoing kind of situation, if there was centrally located heavy-duty pool fire suppression equipment, if it could be made available. I'm not saying this is based on any...
Yeah, that would probably be helpful. Again, you run into financing that.
Understand, there's always money involved.
Yeah, it's always money, staffing that, and you have training, and when you get into equipment like that, although the necessary equipment of it, and how often it would actually be used, you stand a chance of replacing that equipment before you even use it.
Understand. Thank you. Mr. Wood, you had mentioned that there were other problems involved besides just polymerization. Could you elaborate on what they were and what the consequences of them might have been?
Again, we were dealing with a liquefied flammable gas. While one of its also abilities was it was a monomer. But first and foremost, it was a liquefied flammable gas under pressure in a damaged vessel. That, at the heart of it, is the highest danger, that if that car fails, that is a large cloud of liquefied flammable gas that's going to light off and has devastating consequences. And again, as Drew had mentioned, inability to do a comprehensive damage assessment, the ability to offload the car and other means of handling, vent and burns conducted. And I don't have the numbers at all, but my guess is most vent and burns are done on just a liquefied flammable gas that's not necessarily a monomer.
Understand. Okay, thank you. Mr. McCarty, I know you had a lot of decisions to make in a very short period of time. Could you describe, we've had some things described about what goes on in the groundworks. Could you describe what's involved in preparing the car itself for the vent and burn, and what your technicians and perhaps Mr. Day as well, about what they have to do on the top of the car and on the bottom of the car besides just setting flares? That makes it sound very simple. I think it's more complex than that.
Oh, thanks for the question. So years ago in the early development that the AAR did out at CERTC and TTCI in Pueblo, they used to teach us to take the outer jacket off, to go up there and peel jacket, remove the insulation, remove the thermal blanket, and just get the explosive shape charge right on the tank. Jason Poe's father, Billy Poe, was the pioneer in all this, and Jason's second generation in his family business, so to speak. And Chip helped them a lot with this development, and basically they've perfected their craft where we no longer have to put people in those exposure risks to do that excessive prep work. He has the ability to get in there and go through the jacket and the tank in his shape charge effect. And then as far as the prep work, you know, he needs 3 hours for 5 cars. You know, keep in mind, folks, we dug ditches and berms throughout the night and into the morning and throughout the day up to that charge. So I'm not sure if it answered your question.
It does. Thank you. Chair, I'll defer the rest of my time. Thank you.
Great. Member Graham.
Thank you, Chair. Can we pull up Group D, Exhibit 1, please, on page 3? And this will be for you, Mr. Wood. As it comes up, it's the incident briefing on Saturday morning, the 4th at 11:13. Wait for it to come up. There we go. And on the, I think it's the third line down there, it says, monitor active vent from vinyl chloride car to establish exhaustion of product. So generally, how does one calculate or estimate the exhaustion of product?
I'm not sure where you're looking at on
Big box, third line.
Okay, from the top of the page there, it says objectives this operational period, establish air monitoring, and then the next line down it says monitor active vent from VC car to establish exhaustion of product.
Yes, that's what we had been doing the entire time. I didn't create this actual document, but we had there was a camera set up visually observing these cars all through the night and in through the day and into the next day, and that's what we were observing, the burn rates of the cars, looking for PRDs going off, but physically monitoring the burn of the active burns coming from the cars.
Okay, so how does one generally calculate how much is burnt? How much product has been expended? Or do you have does your contractor do that for you?
There are folks who can do burn consumption rates. I'm not one of those. Whether that amount of data, how accurate that could be, I honestly couldn't say. I know I was not party of any calculation on the burn rate.
Okay. So then from the time of the derailment up to the vent and burn on the 6th, I assume you don't know how much product has been expended from any one of the 5 vinyl chloride cars, excuse me. Is that correct?
That would be correct.
Okay. How about Mr. McCarty or Mr. Day?
Thanks for the question. So the 3 cars in particular that have been burning and exhausting their product in fire since Friday night, it was not just the pressure relief device. Both liquid lines had been adding liquid, you know, at the top of the pipe underneath those gaskets where the valves bolt down to the pressure plate. So there was liquid also being fed into those particular fires on those particular 3 cars. So that's where the uncertain calculation, it would be too hard to quantify. But like I say, the experienced folks in the team felt at least half empty was a reasonable estimate There was some people thought empty. Some of us felt, maybe not empty, but we see how you could think that with the liquid lines burning. But as Mr. Wood just said, it's nothing you can quantify very easily without some more, not knowing what those flow rates were, and it's hard to guess.
Thank you for that.
And we don't guess.
Yeah, understood. Not an exact science at that point, is it? Mr. Thomas, if you would, do you know what the rated capacity flow for the pressure release devices for each of the 5 vinyl chloride cars are?
I have seen the information, the Midland information on what those flows are. I don't remember them off the top of my head, but I have seen the charts on them.
Sure. Were you ever asked by Norfolk Southern or its contractors to determine how much product had been exhausted?
No.
On February 5th, the PRD of the tank car OCPX 80179 actuated and emitted a violent release for 70 minutes. What effect did that violent release have on the exhaustion of the product?
Yeah, I think that was on the Saturday the 4th, I believe, is when that was. But, you can't really quantify that unless you know the flow rate through it. Some valves, modulate, some are wide open or closed, and so without really knowing. But 70 minutes at a very high level is a lot of material coming through the valve. You just don't know the pressure at which it's leaving at.
I know during an internal meeting among your folks in Dallas on the team there on February 5th, it was stated that 3 tank cars on the pool fire were nearly empty. How did the team come up with that conclusion, and do you stand by that conclusion?
Yeah, what I would say is I think the evidence, at least from the observations, they described the 80179 car, the one that had the 70-minute episode, it was described as going off 30 seconds for every 2 minutes. And I've seen different numbers. I've seen 15 hours. What I remember was 8 to 10 hours. So if you just do the math on that, it's going to say you've got 2 or 3 hours of cumulative venting. Now, there's some pretty big assumptions with the 30 seconds every 2 minutes. We didn't think they were stopwatching it. But generally speaking, when we heard those numbers followed by a 60 or 70-minute single release, that's a lot of release time through the rail car. And, the commentary was, man, that rail car's got to be at or near empty based on those broad assumptions. But you can't do finite calculations unless you know some of the other details.
Understood. Thank you. And did the team ever try to estimate how much was left in any of the cars before the vent and burn?
No.
No. Okay. Thank you for that. Thank you, Chair.
Member Chapman.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. McCarty, just to clarify for those that aren't familiar with the process, myself included, would you describe hot tapping and how that process works?
Sure. It's essentially establishing a valved port for liquid product extraction in a critically damaged car when all valves and fittings are not usable and not accessible. In prep work, it's removal of the outer jacket, removal of the thermal protection, removal of the insulation, using an ultrasonic thickness tester to verify the tank wall thickness for that welder and that whole burn-through planning. Essentially, weld a threaded nipple. It's a shorter nipple, you weld a threaded nipple on there. Leak test it after the weld to make sure the weld's good. You install a full port. In other words, not a gate valve or a restricted ball valve, but a full port ball valve onto that nipple, and again, it's all leak tested. Then there's a special device called a hot tapping machine. It's essentially a high-tech drill with a lot of packing around its shaft. So it's a high torque, slow speed drilling process that you will drill through an open valve. The hot tap machine's mounted to the valve. Your valve is in the open position. You run your bit down through to touch the top of the tank. You drill through the tank shell, and when you break through, product's coming, but the hot tap packing and everything has it trapped. You extract your bit and your shavings out through the ball valve, and you close the ball valve, and you've essentially tapped into the tank with an 1.25" drill hole.
And you're drilling into, if this is done correctly, you're drilling into liquid product, not into the vapor.
That is correct. It's incredibly dangerous to consider welding in the vapor space of any flammable container, whether it be something benign as a diesel fuel tank, or in this case, a flammable compressed gas tank car. Is a welding safety 101. You never, never, never weld in the vapor space of a flammable container. And that was the uncertainty from, all the good teamwork. People were talking that they might have a theory that they could be empty based on the liquid lines burning and that PRD going, as the gentleman from Oxy just talked about. With all that uncertainty, one of my mentors in my life was late Bob Full, and he always said, hope is not a plan, so we don't hope for things to go well. And I mean, we don't guess. We know that vent and burn is a proven tactic, and that's the last ditch tactic in the toolbox that was the safest thing for this community.
So at these later stages, there were too many uncertainties to be able to deploy that sort of a tactic without very high risk. Is that your assessment?
And I'm sorry, can you rephrase that last statement?
At the point where decisions were being made about whether or not to vent and burn, the idea of using hot tapping, I mean, assuming you could have been convinced that polymerization wasn't occurring, which I understand was not where you were at the time, but hot tapping at that point in the process would have been highly risky because of the other variables involved, not knowing how much product was in the tank, where you were drilling, that sort of thing.
Thank you very much for the question and that clarification to the question. And make sure I get my frame of my... And I'm sorry, I'm just getting my... I hate to ask you this, can you ask that last part one more time, because I've got the right answer that you're looking for, and I just want to make sure I don't botch it.
Yeah, well, we've heard, obviously, different points of view today in terms of whether or not polymerization was occurring. I know you and most of the team, the Norfolk Southern team, were convinced it was occurring. If you could have been convinced that it wasn't occurring, hot tapping would still have been a very risky option at that relatively late stage of the event, because there was uncertainty about how much product was in the tanks and at what levels and where within the tanks. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is 100% accurate. And that's 100% accurate.
Okay. Great. Thank you, Chair. I do have some other questions.
Thank you very much. It's only fair that I ask Oxyvinyls the same question that I asked Mr. Wood. Looking back now, do you think you should have raised your concerns with others? I understand you weren't in incident command, but you were on scene.
Yeah, no, thanks for the question. I think the whole time we were communicating with SPSI and SRS and others, we had confidence that the things that we were sharing with them would make their way through the incident command. That was our mindset at the time. Certainly now the evidence is not all of the information that we were sharing made it into the incident command, and so I definitely think that's an opportunity worth looking at, in the future.
Thank you. I have some questions about the Environmental Emergency Response Agreement. This is an agreement for work between Norfolk Southern and Specialized Professional Services. The agreement references contractors shall keep full and detailed records as necessary to reflect the work performed at the project site, including where applicable, all testing, sampling, monitoring, and investigatory services performed by the contractor. Upon completion of the work, all original reports prepared pursuant to above shall be furnished to the railway. We see there are other references to daily reports. Is that something you can provide the NTSB, those reports?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you
I
very
guess,
much.
I assume that'd be subpoena, right? I mean, I can do that, right?
Yeah, and I think there may be probably a slight misunderstanding. While part of what their daily reports they do are their equipment's on site, their personnel and everything, but they are required at the end of a job to provide a comprehensive spill response report, which covers everything they did, if they handled waste manifests, copies of manifests, and all of that. We generally don't get those completed forms until a minimum 30 days after a job site's complete. I would suspect that may be quite a bit longer on this one since we're still on the site working. So there are two different kinds of reports. So I'm not exactly sure which one you're looking for.
Probably both. We have a reference to the daily reports and we have a reference to the other reports that you mentioned.
Yeah, and again, part of that comprehensive written report has a daily breakdown. So on this day, we did X, Y, and Z. But their other dailies are strictly about their equipment and personnel rates and that kind of stuff, and their invoice. That's a daily breakdown of those as well. So,
No, I appreciate that. I think it would be helpful to our investigative staff if they had that information so they can follow up with you.
Yes, we can get you what we have now. What I will tell you, the comprehensive report, we don't have that, and we won't have that. We will gladly share anything once we have the report in our hand and can take care. We will gladly do that.
I understand. The Article 4 of the agreement states that the contractor will furnish information as necessary to meet the time schedule for completion of the work. And then later it talks about a time schedule, dates, deadlines, and time limits that must be strictly followed and met. When did you arrive on scene, Mr. McCarty?
I'm not sure of exactly what time I arrived. It would have been approximately 30 minutes after one of my senior supervisors or senior project managers, Mr. Tokarski, was also interviewed by Mr. Stansel. And he arrived, I think, 30 minutes or so after Mr. Deutsch. So I'd have to put that together in your records. I don't remember what time I got on scene. It was somewhere Friday night. Friday night. I was here fairly quick, but it was, I'd say, before midnight for sure.
And I know you can change the schedule. It says that in the contract. So you can change the schedule with conversation with the railway. But did you have an estimated time frame for the work that you had an agreement for?
No, ma'am. The work on derailments just is an unfolding dynamic thing. It's not anything that the railroad says, you got to be done by Tuesday. We don't get that kind of pressure from the railroads.
Okay, so no deadlines, nothing?
No, ma'am.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Vice Chairman Landsberg.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. McCarty, is there any way to determine the amount of liquid inside of a damaged tank car, sort of like you do with a propane gas tank for a home grill situation, so you might have some certainty? I realize you've got jackets and things in the way, but...
So the answer is sometimes yes, and sometimes in this case, no, there wasn't a safe way to get it. Some of these cars, as I recall, did have gauging devices on them, but they were fire damaged and inoperable. For us to get that information you're looking for, we'd have to physically get people in there with either cold cutting equipment or torch equipment to peel off jackets. And once again, you're into kind of an extended operation and unknown mechanical damage. In cold cutting, it would have been a series of vibrations with a cold cutting, cold work machine that just, we didn't want to add vibrations to cars that we were concerned about that could have had cracks or things we didn't understand yet, or that we didn't know about yet, and hidden damage. And in hot work, there was so many flammables that were kind of igniting, going out, reigniting, going out. We didn't want to get a torch person in a flash fire trying to remove jacket. So sometimes in certain wrecks, we can remove jackets and do some thermal imaging. In this case, we just didn't feel comfortable putting people in there.
It's a dynamic situation. Last question on hot tapping. So I'm quite intrigued about the the drill, does the drill operator have to stand right there, or can it be done remotely?
No, it's another spot-on great question. You essentially have to dig somewhat of a work pit, and inherently that was another factor in the thought process with all the burning and residual flammables and chemicals in the spillage. That was another factor in the thought process, because you would have inherently had to have your welder and support people in a trench with burning and oozing stuff coming into the trench in the lowest parts around those cars. So that was certainly another factor in the consideration as to the safety of considering hot tapping.
Okay, thank you. This would be for Dr. Carroll or possibly Mr. Thomas. From the vent and burn, we know that there was a significant amount of a cloud that was formed. And so could you tell us a little bit about the fallout from the cloud in terms of toxic chemicals and things of that nature?
Once again, it would be good to have data, because there are samples that can be had of those kinds of plumes. But we've talked about the chemical products of combustion, the carbon monoxide and HCl and possibly phosgene. The black cloud is essentially polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons and carbon. I mean, it's carbon black, it's soot. It's difficult to speculate about other materials. When I say polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, I mean a plethora of individual chemicals that we just sort of generally refer to as soot. So that's what mainly comes to mind for me. Are there other things that you were thinking of?
Well, I'm just curious, in terms of, was there any, obviously I would hope there would have been sampling done downwind of what actually fell out of the cloud in terms of the chemical composition. And so as we're trying to learn as much as we can from this tragedy. So what did you discover, if anything?
My recollection of the bits that I saw was that they did try to sample for phosgene and didn't find any. But other than that, I don't have any specifics of air monitoring that was done.
Or ground monitoring.
Or
ground.
Or ground. And in this case, as was testified to, this would probably not be an issue for soil, because the vinyl chloride would evaporate. It's a vapor at ambient temperature, so it's not going to run into the ground and then into the groundwater. And I do think there was some ground sampling that was done and didn't find any.
Okay, thank you very much. No further questions, Chair.
Member Graham.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Carroll, on that, when vinyl chloride monomer is venting out of the pressure release device, it's burning off. What is the byproduct of that again?
There are three. You have carbon monoxide and possibly some carbon dioxide. I mean, just like normal combustion. Hydrogen chloride, and initially it will be hydrogen chloride as a gas, but because it's very hygroscopic, it will tend to draw moisture to it itself and will probably form very, very small droplets of the material. And as I said, the one lab report that did this reported a side product of phosgene at levels far less than either of those other two products of combustion.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Wood, I think you had a contractor come in to monitor the air. Were they the first ones on site monitoring the air?
I think the first personnel from CTEH arrived on site about 1 a.m. on Saturday morning following the derailment, and there has been nonstop community air monitoring, work site air monitoring done by both CTEH and I believe EPA had already started by as early as that Saturday morning, and it's still ongoing today.
Absolutely. Do you know when they started monitoring for hydrogen chloride?
That I cannot answer. Would have to ask about that. I knew it wouldn't have been early on, because that would not even have been an issue until the vinyl chloride cars actually started venting out the PRDs because there was no release of vinyl chloride as part of the original derailment.
Okay, thank you for that. I would move over to Mr. McCarty here real quick, and I'm just going to paraphrase a few things here. After the one vinyl chloride car released for 70 minutes, I think that was Saturday the 4th at about 17:31. I'm looking in the transcript of your interview, and I won't go over all of that, what's in there, but it sounds like you were somewhat convinced that the product was polymerizing after that event, and things were getting gummed up under the pressure plate, I think you had quoted as saying. Following that conclusion, on page 18 of your transcript, you said, and we were already there at vent and burn in our minds. Is it correct to say the first time you felt the vent and burn was the right option was at that time, right after that vent? I guess that would be Saturday evening?
Yes, sir. That was my feeling when that car did that. That the entry that our teams were doing when that happened, one of their assignments during that entry was to be reconning this discussion of where to dig pits for welders and can we get in there, can we pipe it out to a burn pit. That was part of their task assignments for that particular entry when that car did that. So we were, as I mentioned before, yes, what we do for the railroads, we try to be a step ahead of the next tactic. When it's safe to do so, we want to be ready to take a tactic to command and propose it and be ready to execute if they approve it. So that's kind of what we do. And you're precisely right. When that car behaved that way, we looked at with that one, the one beside it to the east that was in the same fire, but never vented, never leaked, and never released its PRD. The one to the west of that in that same pool fire, and the one to the west in a very similar thermodynamic pool fire for quite a while. We now looked at them as a set of very concerning cars. And again, back to my trainings from Chlorine Institute, member companies, when the PRDs had calmed down, they calmed down and they took away, the pool fires dwindled to nothing, calm for a couple hours, and then suddenly and violently, not only released, but released with exponentially more pressure and violence to it and sustained. That had me in my experienced mind saying something's going on inside that car, and multiple data resources all led to polymerization in my hypotheses. Now, as we've also reminded, the mechanical damage of the wreck dynamics, it also eliminated us peeling jackets, looking for scores and gouges and things. We just never had that comfort level opportunity to put people in that zone to do those kinds of things for fear of, if we had one of those 5 cars with 1/4 inch score, we're talking about an adjusted working pressure down as low as 112 PSI. In our minds, one of those cars could have came apart at any moment. Everybody's hung up on one car to the west or this one or that one. It was a set of 4 cars that were in serious heat conditions for a very long time. All the PRDs had been working, they calmed down. Then that one did what it did. The liquid lines, the vapor lines on the one on the west, they were fueling a fire nicely until they weren't. Something choked off that gas to feed those fires. And it had nothing to do with the PRD spring and what pressure it was going on. It had nothing to do with the potential of auto refrigeration cooling down the interior of the car and lowering the pressures. We had hot metal, so the product inside wasn't auto refrigerated. We just felt with all of our combined experiences and every symptom we were faced with and every piece of data that we could have to back us up, we just did not feel good about offensive tactics other than the last ditch tactic that has been taught to us for years and developed by the AAR and proven to be effective.
Thank you, Mr. McCarty. My time's up. You got a couple more? Yeah, if you don't mind. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, when you were saying we were already at that, we were already there at the vent and burn, who did you mean by we?
I'm going to say we as my SPSI team, myself, one of my seasoned project managers has been with my company a very long time. We had shared this concern with Norfolk Southern, And that's when they called Mr. Day, a friend of mine, a colleague. We're competitors, but we're friendly competitors. And he has a lot more vent and burn experience than I do. His career path has had him all over North America and Canada, and he's done a lot more vent and burns than I have. It was the right call. Bring as much expertise as possible. So I appreciate Norfolk Southern not going to command with just my opinion. It was great to bring Chip and his colleagues in. And that was part of, when you added the people that he brought, the people that I had, we had that over 200 combined years experience.
Okay, great. And it was it Saturday night you approached Norfolk Southern with that concern?
Within getting my guys clear of the hot zone, as soon as we rallied up back at our trailer on Saturday, so it would have been whatever time, that's 5:35, 6 o'clock-ish, whatever time in that era, that would have been the era, yes, that we were like, man, I think we just lost hot tapping. I'm not sure if we feel good about this. And we soul searched and thought through it. And back to that, do you really, the answer is we didn't make a hasty decision, but we absolutely felt at that moment in time that this was likely going to have to go to vent and burn. And like I say, that's when.
Okay. And who with Norfolk Southern did you let them know that concern on Saturday? I don't think it was Mr. Wood, right?
No, it would have been either Mr. Deutsch or Mr. Gould, one of the two Scots that I worked with in that era. I just don't remember which one was right with me
Mr.
there.
Schoendorfer?
No, that would have been Mr. Wood's supervisor.
Okay, and then when did you guys start preparing for the vent and burn?
So planning-wise, sometime Sunday after Chip basically, Norfolk Southern afforded Chip and his colleagues to get there and do an independent assessment, which I appreciated. And so it was really, like I say, after the meeting at the, I'm sorry I keep forgetting the name of this building, the town hall building, the administrative building. It was after that meeting where the planning really kicked in.
Okay, and what was that on Sunday?
That would have been Sunday, yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Thank you. I want to thank all the witnesses. I really appreciate this in this heat and the lights. And that's all I have, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Chapman.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Wood, I have a question for you, but before I get to that, I want to get it off my chest. I was a music major in college, so all this discussion of polymerization is a struggle for me. But I'm learning, and I appreciate all the witnesses today and presenting your information. Certainly in preparing, and up until fairly late in the day here, it was my impression, perhaps oversimplified, that the decision to vent and burn was based on a belief, a good faith belief, that polymerization was in fact occurring. However, Mr. Wood, you indicated, and I think you've also explained it in response to Chair Hominy, but you indicated fairly late in the day here that there were, that it wasn't the only factor, that the belief that polymerization was occurring wasn't the only factor that led to the decision to vent and burn. By that, do you mean that it was not possible to do a full risk assessment, a full damage assessment of the tanks, and that other options such as hot tapping, which Mr. McCarty just described for us in detail, were too risky? I mean, were there any other factors involved in the decision other than a belief that polymerization was occurring? For Mr. Wood?
No, I think Drew covered it quite well. Aside from the polymerization, this is a liquefied flammable gas. These cars were heavily damaged by fire. There was mechanical damage. That exists outside of any polymerization. So the damaged, unusable valves, the unsafe conditions to perform hot taps are not dependent upon whether the car was polymerized or not. The polymerization possibility is just an added component. But the hazards that existed with the car would have existed with those cars, whether they were vinyl chloride cars or if they were propane cars. The same hazard existed with them.
Thank you. And I assume that that was being communicated fully to the incident commander, the chief, and that then that information was available to be factored in the discussions with Governor Shapiro, Governor DeWine, that sort of thing. Chief, I see you nodding your head, and I appreciate that. were we down to basically a situation where, because of the risks involved, there were few options, maybe no options, in terms of practically or safely offloading or disposing of the vinyl chloride? I'll direct that to you, but others are certainly welcome to weigh in. Mr. Wood.
The damage to the cars rendered the normal decision trees unable to move, unable to offload using the offloading valves. The not being able to safely put people in an area to do a hot tap to remove the contents of the car that way. We are down to the end of the decision tree, the vent and burn, as the only safe means to render it. Because when you add the possible, in our mind, the possible polymerization that's going on, we still have to consider if we don't do something, there could be a violent, catastrophic event of that car coming apart due to overpressurization, due to the polymerization. So we have to factor all these things in. So it's not just one thing, it's that whole puzzle.
If the information from oxyvinyl had been more clearly communicated through whatever channel, would that have impacted the decision, the final decision to conduct the vent and burn? Their views with respect to whether or not polymerization was occurring? And Chief, maybe it's best to address that to you.
Yeah, again, as I stated earlier, we followed the recommendation that does every other organization in my situation of the subject matter experts. Although that would have been good information to have, more stuff to process. However, being explained as it has been, that the damage and the safety factor, it probably would not have changed the outcome.
So good information to have had at the time, but probably not a game changer in terms of the decision-making process. Is that your view?
Correct. Yeah, as I said, these guys have all the expertise in this. Over, as they were saying, 200 years of experience. You trust that what they tell you is based on their knowledge, skills, and ability and training. And presented to us in that fashion, I think we still would have had the same outcome, sir.
Thank you. Thanks to all the witnesses. Chair, thank you. That's my last question.
Thank you. And I just want to ask one more time, would it have been helpful to have the information?
Yes, ma'am, it would have.
Mr. Padfield.
Yes, ma'am.
Major General.
Yes, ma'am.
One thing I do want to ask about is the safety data sheet. Is that something, I know it's one tool of everything else that you're looking at. Is that something you all looked at, or? Yep.
From the fire department standpoint, that's, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I meant contractors in Norfolk Southern. I'm sorry, I didn't, yeah.
Yes, ma'am, we definitely did.
Yeah. And I just want to, I looked at everything there was, the Cox Planet Hazardous Substances Data Bank, the NIOSH Pocket Guide, the Chlorine Institute's pamphlet, you name it. And it all says containers may rupture violently in fire. Vinyl chloride will remain stable under normal conditions. Chemicals may generate quantities of flammable and toxic vapors upon release. Explosion may result when subjected to heat. So obviously you're taking that information in as you're considering options. Yep.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
I have no further questions. Do you? You? Does the technical panel have additional questions? Perfect.
Yes, just one last question, Chairman. Mr. Wood, Mr. McCarty, Mr. Day, now that we're hearing that the vent and burn decision was not necessarily driven 100% by the possibility of polymerization, can you explain what the urgency was to do it then? Were there other options besides doing the vent and burn?
I will speak from Norfolk Southern standpoint that we were dealing with observations real time of an emergency situation that we could not rule polymerization out or tank car failure. That's the only information and the best information we had at the time, that could never be taken out of the equation. It just wasn't the only factor in the equation.
Understood. Mr. McCarty, Mr. Day, anything to add to that?
Same. I mean, we've already, there's just all the other tactical options just weren't possible.
Okay.
The technical data was conflicting exponentially. The decisions needed to be made fairly quickly. We studied it the best we could. The problem you have with major incidents like this, and you get a lot of people evacuated from their residences, the longer it goes, the more people start coming back, finding their way back home. And had something occurred, we'd have a totally different discussion going on right now. So we had to make a decision, what we thought was the best decision for preservation of life, safety.
Thank you, Mr. Day. We appreciate that. And thank you very much, witnesses. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. That concludes panel 2. I know it's very hot. I know. I really appreciate your time. We all do, and certainly the parties as well. On behalf of my fellow board members and the NTSB staff, we do really appreciate everything you're doing here. And certainly I want to give my thanks to the NTSB investigators for doing an excellent job, and the rest of the staff as well. We look forward to completing our investigation and sharing our final report. But first, let me ask Mr. Allen to please review the exhibit items or any other items that have been requested during this hearing.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't believe we have any new exhibits, but we will review that for sure. There were 2 information requests during panel 1. Vice Chair Landsberg requested that Mr. Deutsch with Norfolk Southern provide the NTSB with information on the percentage of first responders in the communities where Norfolk Southern operates that have benefited from the training programs that we're discussing. Need that information to the NTSB by August 21st, please. During this panel, panel 2, Chair Hamady requested that Mr. Wood with Norfolk Southern and Mr. Day with SRS provide copies of the daily and comprehensive reports that were called for. I'm sorry? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. McCarty. My apologies. If you could please provide the copies of the comprehensive and daily reports. I understand from Mr. Wood the comprehensive are not available yet, but the dailies are.
And those will more than likely be months. What dailies we have, we'll be happy to provide them.
Great. Thank you very much.
I'll have to get those accumulated.
Excellent. Thank you.
Okay. Stephanie, Ms. Shaw, I'm a terrible lip reader.
No.
Just say it.
Yeah, no, for the document that you referenced, the emergency, the plan, it is not an exhibit yet. Would you like that full document to be added as an exhibit?
Yes.
Okay, so we currently do have that document, so we will add that to the hearing docket as Exhibit M10.
All right, great. Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Allen. The transcript will be made available to the parties and witnesses electronically within 7 days of completion of the hearing. Any corrections to the transcript must be sent to the hearing officer within 30 calendar days following the close of the hearing, in this case by Monday, July 24th, 2023. As we have no other witnesses to testify today, this concludes day 1 of the NTSB investigative hearing. We stand adjourned until 9 o'clock tomorrow.